Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, May the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. There we go. Okay. So Sachin, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but yeah, just go to my homepage and go down to the scroll down to the home to the scan section. You'll see the pre-market actives up and down. You'll see this. You'll see the momentum, the docked. You'll see the single stock window, and you'll see the Halts resume. No charts. You can add your own charts. You'll also, when I start at 9:30, when the market opens, you'll also see this race. Okay, called biggest gainers from the open. So that's what you can have. Now, I was a little distracted this morning, so I don't have a super long list of stocks to talk about in the pre-market. The number one stock right now, of course, I know you guys have been talking about in the room, is Foot Locker. Yeah, massive gap down here, 25%. Yikes, 25%, way down below that 200-day moving average. So when you look at Foot Locker, and let's take a look at Foot Locker on a weekly chart, looks like there's some. Just trying to see where the next low is. Looks like 30 could be, in that range is the next low for Foot Locker. Looks like it. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. Is it going to bounce or is it going to just continue down? I mean, this is a huge drop. And let's take a look. Well, I actually thought that Nike might have been a sympathy play, a little bit of a sympathy play, but somebody mentioned that they've got some kind of oops, let me just give me a moment here. They've got something else going on. Well, actually, I have it. This is what I put, trading lower in sympathy with Foot Locker, but somebody else pointed something else out about Nike. Morning Airsoft and Les in our YouTube room, and also Under Armour. Let's take a look at Under Armour. Yeah, so Under Armour, weak, not weak like Foot Locker, but certainly weak. Yeah, MGRM. Did you guys watch that? Well, I didn't watch it. I only saw it after the fact. Whoops. After the fact, after hours yesterday. Well, bag holders yet. I mean, they're unbelievable. I mean, we saw this one yesterday. I think this was some kind of an IPO of some sort, and it closed at about 12.93, and then after hours, it got up to 24. And then this morning, that is the 4 o'clock candle, Eastern time, of course, got up to 34. I mean, it's still kind of holding in there, amazingly. The 38, no reason. If you're looking for a reason, no reason. Now SDA is, I don't know if it's going to be interesting or not, but SDA, I'm a little confused about this one. SDA, so it was GBRG yesterday, and now it's SDA, but it's not a typical SPAC because SDA was trading as SDA before this. So it's not a typical SPAC combination, business combination. So maybe if somebody has better insight than I do. But they're trading higher amid volatility following the recent completion of the company's combination of. Okay, but but typically you'll only start to see it trading as SDA today. But anyway, I'm not sure exactly. It's sort of a different type of SPAC, perhaps. Fetch. Here's another one, guys. Now, I asked Real if he had shorted this one because I didn't do it. I was too late, but I noticed that it was at the top of a channel. FTCH is an earnings play. Um, hmm. mean, it's a big bounce. It was a big bounce. I mean, it's still a reasonable bounce, but it was up to 547, 516 now, up 18, almost 19%. Big volume, big float, big volume. Looking for a more expensive one? Nothing runs like it. John Deere, DE. So DE up 3%, big float, 300 million in the float is an earnings play. Okay, now it is come down from 394 to 384. So if you're into the more expensive ones, maybe playing puts or calls, things like that, there is John Deere for you. Thanks, Casa. Oh, I know Nike is down. I when I saw Foot Locker down, I just decided to just type in Nike to see what was happening. I saw it was down, and as I say, a bit of a sympathy play. GRTX. I have no idea if this will continue, but GRTX, orphan drug designation, GRTX. Now it's already it popped up to 378, right back down to 320. So I don't know if this is going to have any more oomph in it because these orphan drug designations can go one way or the other. It looks good. It's a feel good story, and then a lot of times they just kind of fizzle out. And then ATNF. Before I talk about that one, LSDI. Okay, LSDI. I don't know if there was any. Yeah, there was some news yesterday afternoon. Now, of course, this is well, LSD, psychedelic, and I think a lot of people might have been looking at this one maybe as a sympathy play from yesterday's ENVB. Okay, so ENVB, of course, is another psychotropic play because I'm not sure I see any specific news about LSDI. They had some news yesterday afternoon, but that was during the market. That was yesterday, but it didn't really. I mean, it moved a little bit yesterday, but certainly not like the other one, ENVB. So anyway, we may see, but it's starting to pull back quite a bit. We got up to 190. It's pulled back to 145 now. And then ATNF. So Casa, I didn't read the article, but it is a bit of a different type of a SPAC then, isn't it? Because SDA was trading before that. Quite anyway, here's ATNF guys. ATNF. I'm not sure I see any news on this one. ATNF, but it's up 24%. Big volume, low float. So this could be the crazy one today. Let me back this daily chart out. Next, looks like we have some highs around, a big high around 272 not that long ago, back in April 5th of yeah, April 5th this year. Oh yeah, so getting back to this SDA, this is not typical. I actually checked to make sure maybe this was way like a long time ago. It was trading as the company was called SDA, but no, it was trading yesterday. So it was trading yesterday as SDA. No, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong here. No, wait a minute. Let me just back this up. Yeah, no, it was trading yesterday, May 17th. Anyway, Well, I guess a SPAC can do anything they want in terms of typically the SPAC is looking at private companies, taking them public. But this seemed to be a public company already, but and again, it doesn't really matter. Let's see what happens with it though. SDA. Now, the other one I want to mention is Birds, BRDS. It appears that this is a reverse split today, one for 25 reverse split. And so that float is just divide 145 by 25. So it's a far lower float. Let's make the math simple. It's going to be less than 6 million in the float. And they also had some news shares purchased by senior management. Okay. Over one and a half purchase shares. Hmm. Well, okay. Is that 1.5 million shares or is that $1.5 million? Big difference. Because remember, this was a cheap stock when they were doing it. So anyway, it put out a little bit of news. Okay, well, as I said, just go to my homepage. Oops, sorry about that. That was my active list. Sorry. Let's do it. So, Sasha, just go to my homepage link. I just post it underneath again. Okay. Go to my homepage, scroll down until you see the scan section. Right here, scan section. Click here, and there it is. Halts resumes. Okay. So click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section. There's halts resumes. There's my pre-market actives up and down. There's that docked momentum up or down. This is, you don't see this, but I really pay a lot of attention. This is on another monitor to my 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. It was super active. It was super performing yesterday. Pretty active, but really a performer. And here's the single stock window if you want it. Okay, so there are other scans that I am sharing. That's the race, the biggest gainers from the open. You know, you can't see it quite yet. It's underneath here, but that'll start. You'll see that race start at 9:30 Eastern. So all the scans are there. Okay. Yeah, no problem. All right, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts. See if there's anything interesting. Slightly a longer upgrade list. Shake Shack upgraded by Morgan Stanley, SHAK. I saw BE a bit of a pop this morning, an upgrade by JP Morgan. And not too many downgrades. I'm hearing GSIT, guys. GSIT is on the move here. GSIT is on the move. All right, there's your upgrade and downgrade list. Foot Locker is still hanging around that 31 mark, FL. All right, now let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with the major sectors. Market is going to open sort of a semi-strong market to open. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'll click on new from our toolbar, new, and then docked channel bar, show more, and then sector status. And it will appear. There we go. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, major ETF for energy. When you see 95% in green, what does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, so as I said, we've got a pretty strong sector or a strong, fairly strong open. So let's take a look at a weak sector. Looks like, retail is only 50-50. I think Walmart had earnings yesterday I think it was pretty good. Um, technologies, 59%. Again, all this can change once the market opens, but this is sort of a glimpse. So right now, energy stocks appear to be the ones, but again, this can change once the market opens. Now, what I want to do is take a look. I didn't have time to do it yesterday. I want to take a look at, give me a moment, the major sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. So there's XLE. It's maybe hard to see this, but there's a blue line up here, and so still below the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at, excuse me, retail XRT. I'm pretty sure that's going to be below also. Still XRT. Yep, well below. How about healthcare? LV. Yeah, it's just below. Hovered around it yesterday and the day before, but it's below. XLV is below the 200-day moving average. GSIT is on the move here, guys. GSIT is definitely on the move here. May 16th, they had earnings, May 16th. Early low float, 17 million in the float. So this one is on the move. GSIT. Take a look at communications. XLC should be well above the 200-day. Yep. Especially with Netflix yesterday. Technology, XLK. Yeah, well above. So again, excuse me, communications and technology is the strongest sectors over the last several weeks. And I anticipate that consumer discretionary, excuse me, I am wrong. Interesting. Consumer discretionary is starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. Interesting. And financials. Now, of course, financials should still be below. Yeah. So there's the 200-day moving average right up here at 33, 34. So still below the 200-day. Excuse me, just one moment, please. Oh, okay. So XLF, yeah, so XLF, of course, is still below. It's been below for several weeks now after that, all the stuff with the regional banks. I did not see that Foot Locker also got a new CFO. Just looking, trying to see the headlines. I don't see that. But I'm sure you found it somewhere. But boy, that's, I mean, that's a math, that's a huge move down though. 25%. Here, let's take a look at that CTLT. Yeah, I started a little later this morning, so that move happened at 7 o'clock Eastern. I didn't actually turn on my computer until 8, so I missed that. I missed that initial move down, but I was watching this as it moved up. I couldn't quite figure out why. Well, there's no accounting for news sometimes, guys, because when you read something like this, cuts the annual forecast hurt by operational challenges should, yes, I mean, this has got to be a short, right? And yet now it's up 7%. There's got to be other, obviously there's something else happening, but all right, let's take a look at the crazy one, MGRM. Now, if you're even going to try to dabble in this one, just be awfully careful. See this UPST. I think UPST actually showed up on the gap, was gapping up and then it gapped down a bit. The GSIT guys, GSIT, again, this could be one of the crazy ones today anyway. GSIT, fairly low float, 17 million. Shares of semiconductor stocks are trading higher. Possible catalysts include debt ceiling, optimism, AI-related momentum, et cetera, et cetera. Strengthen Micron following its plan to make chips in Japan. Let's take a look at Micron, MU. See what's happening with it. Yeah, so I had Micron's been on a bit of a tear over the last few days, $62 up to 68, basically flat this morning. Yeah, GTech is an earnings play. I just don't have a lot of faith in it that it's going to do anything, but you never know. I shouldn't, I mean, it's only got 6.6 million in the float. Pretty decent volume already. It is an earnings play. VWAP, 31.32 for Foot Locker. Give me one moment, please. I saw this kit, this KT. The reason I've sort of discounted it is the huge float. I couldn't see any specific news on this. Had earnings on the 11th, so I really don't see any catalyst for this to keep moving with that float. Mr. Tank, good morning. Yeah, so very, very few earnings plays now, guys. Very few. Here's, I might get a few more coming in later on that so far are not meeting my filter requirements, but the 0.25 you see here in the earnings date column, minus 0.25, these are the earnings plays that are making it in to the pre-market actors up. So there's the GTech, there's the Fetch, FTCH. Scroll, well, all I have to really do is just sort on the earnings date column. So here they are. I mean, there's only three that are making the filter requirement. There's John Deere right there. And if I sort on the earnings date column, on the way down, there's that Foot Locker, and there I know Real mentioned DXC. I know he mentioned it. The volume was just so low, but you never know. The volume's low, big float too. Now they did release earnings post market, so that was the major gap after hours. But 2215 looks like the next low looking left on the daily chart or in that area. So I guess to keep an eye on it, just no volume yet. Morning, Elon, in our YouTube room. Well, this is certainly shortable at Interactive Brokers. Almost 5 million shares available, CTLT to short at Interactive Brokers. So, we have three topping tails now. Big top, well, huge one, and then a couple more. It's like, okay, guys, now listen. I put a price alert MGM MGRM at the high of the pre-market, and it just took it out. You got to be awfully careful. Look at that spread, 37, 37, 38, 12 right now. 37, 39. I jokingly said to the guys at Trade Ideas, is this the next $100 stock out of nowhere? Thank you, William. So the market's going to open in less than a minute. So what I do, shut this down. Now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So try to let things settle down a little bit. To see what's going to happen with Foot Locker though, FL, I may make an exception to that, but again, typically I do wait about 15 minutes before I make any sort of trades. All right, guys, market's going to open in 3, 2, 1. We are open, and my race will start. Well, there it goes, guys. I mean, again, you're going to trade this MGRM, just be really, really, really careful. Looks like it's going to get halted. I think it's halted. Yeah, it's halted. Already halted, guys. MGRM halted. All right, ATNF. Pre-market highs around 130, low float, 3.8 million in the float. So again, relative volume. Now this is skewed somewhat because of the, right at the open, it's trading 470 times normal up to this time of day in the first minute. Okay, so that number will come down, but still, for it, extraordinary volume, abnormal volume. ASO, big drop. Is that an earnings play? I don't see it as an earnings play. Let's take a look. Maybe, but June 6th. No, so ASO, big drop. Yeah. Running into that 200-day, maybe 53.34, 53.34. So it's about $1 away from the 200-day moving average, getting closer. 53.34 is the 200-day moving average for ASO. Will that hold it? Locker is just kind of still hanging around that 31 mark, FL. Okay, earnings play, GTech. Okay, Fetch is having a bit of a rebound here, guys. FTCH earnings play. 200-day moving average. So it's over the VWAP. 525 is the VWAP. 658 is the 200-day. So there's room there. So it's over the VWAP right now. 526. JD, just out of curiosity, did you actually hold some ENVB? I know you suggested you might. Just wondering if you did. Yeah, the LSDI is definitely could be a sympathy play today. Yeah, so the float for this one is about 10 million for LSDI. LSDI, that's the float. Got as high as 190 or so in the pre-market. $156 is the VWAP, so may stall there if you took it. Not talking just Shady specifically, but anybody else. All right, well, interesting. Palantir, PLTR showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. PLTR, now huge float. Kathy Woods ARC boosts Palantir stake by 3.4 million as the stock hits one-year high after upbeat Q1. All right. Let's look left on that weekly chart. Where could it go? Well, it looks like, wow, is that right? This has got room. It's got about $1 until the next high on the weekly chart. That is PLTR. Okay. I think it's going to get there, of course, but Whoa, sorry, VFC just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and this is an all-time low. All-time low. Lots of shares too. 6.7 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. All-time low. What's the news on this one? All right, guys. Well, this is maybe my exception. Something making an all-time low. Hey, one more pop. All right, guys. So far, a quick scalp for me on the VFC on a bit of it, just in case it pops. I don't love taking these early, but you've heard me in the room say many, many times, the only time I take something early is if it's my 10-day daily breakdown and it's an all-time low, which this is VFC. And this is what I'm talking about right there. Didn't get it at 1977, but SDA, guys, SDA on the move here. SDA on the move. And a halt. Okay, we had a halt for PSLE. Sorry, PLSI on the way down, and then it resumed. This is still halted. This is going to be more than a 5-minute halt, obviously. MGRM is still halted. Just a minute. What? I was wondering why isn't this showing up over and over again? And there's your answer. The relative volume is only 7 now. It's got to be 8. So it was 8 right here, but it's not showing up over. Happens every now and then. In case you guys have this one and you're wondering, well, why isn't it showing up over and over again? That's the reason, because the relative volume now is dipped underneath 8. Not trying to confuse anybody, but all right. Well, let's take a look. Just out of curiosity, I want to see. I think I saw 50-50. Okay, it was 50-50. Oh, it just opened. Just opened. MGRM just opened. And it's looks like it's going to get halted again. I see the blue dot in Interactive Brokers. No. No, I guess it's not going to get halted. Look at that bid ask 44.48. It won't matter if it goes to 100, but we don't know that. Okay, MVIS. I guess this is call it in the semis. MVIS on the move here. Big float, 174 million. So it's a nice move so far for MVIS. All right. Well, let's see if this LSDI has any sort of. Well, by the way, STXX. I just want to pause on that thought because STXS coming right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, right into it. AI on the move, guys. AI on the move. Bit of a down day yesterday. Not a huge down day, but look at that daily candle. Not a huge one. So AI on the move again. There are shorts available too at Interactive Brokers for this STXS, but 1 million shares. So just watching to see if this how well it does at that 200-day moving average. 206. It's at 205 right now. Any news on this one? Rises after pact with Abbott to improve abnormal heartbeat treatment. So there's your news for STXS. So there is actually some news trying to get through that 200-day moving average. Give me a moment. So a bit of a struggle, guys, to get through that 200-day moving average for STXS. A bit of a struggle. Oh, we have this is an earnings play. Now this was down, I believe, in the pre-market DXC. Yeah, this was down in the pre-market. This is an earnings play showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Oh boy, what's the volume like? Not bad. Big float. Again, that 200-day moving average far enough away, 26.65. So that's far enough away. DXC on the move, guys. From that, that's wow, it's 9:45. Wish that happened just. I wish it happened a little bit later. This is a big move now for DXC off that 10-day daily breakout. So again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, maybe you take these earlier. That was waiting for 9:45. LSDI coming right into that. Well, actually, it's just over the VWAP. I guess that VWAP really changed a lot because I think it was 165 before. Imagine, guys, Immunogen, IMGN. This is looks like almost like a buyout was here. I wonder if this was a buyout, flatlining. No, not a buyout. Not a buyout, but it's okay. So IMGN on the move here a little bit, guys. IMGN breaking out on this daily chart. Look at so I guess this was the week I was gone. So obviously I had huge news. Okay, so STXS now through the 200-day moving average. Barely. 206 is the 200-day moving average. Again for STXS. I'm sure Real will say this is way above a channel. STXS, Real. STXS. But it's not. So it's now well through that 200-day moving average, 206, well through it. Interactive Brokers has a lot of shorts available on this one, 920,000. Okay, well, let's take a look. The next high, and it's not a low float, 62 million. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not low. Looks like the next high is around 240 for STXS. Well, I'm looking at this as a potential short, guys. STXS. I mean, it does have room to 240, I suppose, on the weekly chart. I'd love to see it get closer to that. Son of a. You know what? I forgot to keep watching this SDA. SDA. I was watching it on a 7 break. Okay, what is Birds doing? Because Birds is that reverse split today, BRDS. We have another halt. WKEY. Sounds like a radio station. WKEY just got halted. Whoa, look at this. I don't know if this is going to last, of course, but at one point it said 446. So there's your halt. Now, if you're wondering what this blue screen is, it's from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This lets me know. There it is. There's the symbol halted at 273, potential open around 4. But this can change, of course. This is not written in stone. And you can see how it's changing. Now, typically these halts are 5 minutes long. So let's see if this opens at 9:57 plus 23 seconds. But look at it. I mean, this is crazy. But you can see how it's just whipping around. So yesterday's news selected as one of, oh, here we go. So there is actually news on this one. There's actually news. It's just hitting now. I'm seeing it 9:52. To launch new YSAT ready satellites with SpaceX. Okay, so there is some news. It's a volatility halt, but there's some news associated with it. Okay. Okay, AMTX is hitting my 10-day daily breakout, guys. 32 million in the float. Let's look left quickly. What do we see? 386. 386 is the next high looking left for AMTX. Okay. That's on the daily, that's on the weekly chart. 386. So obviously it has some room to move if it wants to. And that is AMTX. X is in xylophone. Sometimes the S's and X's sound the same. So this was a, there's the LSDI making another new high, guys. So it looks like it is trying to clear that VWAP. Well, you were trying to associate rationality or rational thinking to these things. BVS, guys, BVS. This was a big one yesterday, too. It's had a nice little run, BVS. All right, keep an eye on the AMTX, okay? Again, it has room to 386 on the weekly chart. This one might be one to watch next week. BRDS did the reverse split today, and put a little bit of news. Insider buying could be one to watch next week. Some of these reverse splitters. Okay, there's the AMTX guys. AMTX. Fetch. FTCH. FTCH is on the move also. It's not a bad earnings play. It looked like it was going to give most of it up, but it's not a bad earnings play. FTCH. Okay, so WKEY opened, and of course it did not open. Well, it didn't do badly. I mean, it got halted at 273, open at 280, but not like what we were seeing. Crocs cratering sounds reasonable compared footwear. The Foot Locker is moving down. Probably dragging a lot of these guys down. It's not an earnings play on its own, but might have picked the wrong one. Might be taking a little loss on the AMTX. Wrong one, meaning the BVS is the one that's really moving off that 203 alert. Waiting to see if AMTX can regain 3. The pattern for QFIN. Okay, sure. Okay, so through the View app, 1503. So that's not an issue. 1715. Looking left. Yeah, it's got some room. Obviously, looking left. Looks like the next lows are around 13-ish. 1310 is there. So yeah, there's room for it to run down still. Now, would you be looking to be on a bounce play? Because I see it's okay, because it's way below the channel that I'm looking at. And it's an earnings play. Okay, I did not realize this is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market, really didn't trade much. So that's why I didn't see it. You know what? AI is doing its thing. Yesterday or a couple of days ago, it was fairly steady. Maybe 3 days ago, it was fairly steady. But look what AI is doing now. This is, I'm not saying this is absolutely typical, but giant green candle, giant red candle. Sorry, not Fetch, but FL is just really not doing much. Foot Locker not doing much, is hanging around between 30 and 31. All right, ATNF. This is a low float, 3.8 million in the float, lots of volume, no news, but ATNF just making a new high. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room, I guess. Conference call has ended now for Foot Locker. Okay, FL not moving at all. Well, BVS, the one I did not take, excuse me, lots of room on this one. 254 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for BVS. Okay, guys. Well, the W key, after the halt, it sort of dropped a bit, but now it's starting to move. W key, don't have any float information on it for whatever reason. Next high looking left on the daily is way up here around 4. Okay, I'm out of the AMTX, guys. Took a small lot. Well, took my loss on it. Well, let me actually check to see what sort of float WKEY has. WKEY, yeah, WKEY. It's very small. And the answer is 10 million. So 10 million in the float for WKEY. All right. So what I'm going to do with the AMTX is stick a price alert over 3 and see if it takes it out later on. Hey guys, DXC is still pretty strong. Another earnings play, not too many earnings plays. Got up to 25, 28 or so that's the high of the day, approximately. It's hanging over 25 still. 200-day moving average is 26.65. So that's, far enough away, over a dollar and a half away. Well, I must put a price alert for Foot Locker underneath 20 or underneath 30. Looks like the low was 30.29, 30.29, 30.24-ish. Okay, so and with Foot Locker looking left, 28 looks like 28.48 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So on the weekly chart, it certainly had, wait a minute, make sure of that. I might be wrong. Yeah, 29.83 looks like. I may really do not much underneath the VWAP 30. Well, the VWAP, yeah, underneath the VWAP 31.18. Right, Callaway, MODG. This is weakening here, guys. Underneath that whole number, a little break on the daily chart. I have no idea. Certainly, there's no real support. Wait a minute. 1680. 1680 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. 1680. You guys were talking about Canada Goose, GOOS. Yeah. Strange day yesterday. Definitely a very strange day. You know, if you were here, you had earnings, looked decent. There's a reaction pre-market, and then once the market opened, it just basically sold off all day long. Little bit of a pop at the end of the day, but now a continued sell-off. And let's see, look left. Looks like 17 or so is the next low on the weekly chart. So that could be some support for Goose, GOOS. Could be. Okay, this was halted, resumed. Let's see if it's going to do anything more. MGRM, yeah, forget about it. Just looking at retail, guys, the retail ETF, XRT, so a giant red bar to start. Okay, dragged down by things like Foot Locker and Nike, etc. I guess, I'm assuming. All right, AMTX is starting to crawl up a little bit. I have an alert set, I think just over 3. See if it takes it out again later. How did Palantir end up doing PLTR? Ugh, no bueno. Yeah, no shorts for me, for BVS at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so this one is really stalling now, this STXS. Couple of topping tails now. Thinking of shorting it right now, but I'm looking at this couple of things here, the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. So, let's see if it can take out both of those. Boy, that's BVS. I mean, you said you made some on the short side, but wow, this has been really strong. It's had some pullbacks, but very strong. BVS. Okay, trade swings, try to, those sort of comments, you want to put that in general market talk, okay? I don't get upset, but I'm just deleting things unless it's specific to a stock. That's what the specific stocks only, that's why it's called that. So unless it's specific to a stock, you want to talk about anything else that's market related, put it in the general market talk, please. Mm. No news on this one that I can see for BVS. It just and it's not really a low float. I mean, 31 million. It's not high, but it's not crazy low. Okay, guys. Foot Locker just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown now. Um, it just showed up. No, another one just got halted, guys. BIOC got halted. Wow, look at this. BIOC got halted on the way up. Huge move up. And let's see, any news on this one? Trading lower. So, well, first of all, it was trading lower yesterday after the company announced probably a financing. Ooh, a 1 for 30 reverse split. So this is a reverse split today, or was it yesterday? What day is that? Come on, give me a date. Okay, so that was on the 17th actually. So that reverse split was on the effective on the 17th. And now look at this, BIOC 2 days ago. Yeah, thanks, Steve. I just had to check my dates in Interactive Brokers to see the times for the date. So this is a delayed reaction now. I don't see they came up with any sort of news though. So that float now, we have no float information on it. So let's take a look. According to the dilution tracker, oh man, so this is about 590,000 in the float. Craziness could, well, it's already crazy, but craziness could really start to go in this one. BIOC, so only about 500,000 shares in the float. No clue really where this is going to open. It's halted at 8:13, 8:15, 8:15. So really no clue where it's going to open. All right, guys, AMTX is inching back towards that 3 level. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was on mute. Okay, well, this is what I was saying. I tried to get the BIOC at 890 and I missed it. And now it's halted again. And I was talking about, I don't know if you guys heard me, I was talking about the AMTX, kind of watching it again at that 3 level. But Foot Locker is just putting us to sleep, FL, just putting us to sleep here between 30 and 30 and 31, really doing nothing. Right. You said don't sleep. I forgot to type that in. IMMP, Ori. Take a look at IMMP. I forgot to type that in, see what's happening with it. Ah, okay. So, yeah, a couple of days ago, had the big day. Had the big day, up to three, almost $4. Yesterday's high was about 281. I got a handle on it right now. All right, MNK's got a little bit of room, a little bit of room. Next high looking left was yesterday, and that's around 215 or so, 210 or so. A little bit of room showing up on my momentum up. Okay, there's the ENVB. As or Shady was just mentioned it, and there it is, starting to move, just showing up on the momentum up now. High of yesterday was four something, I think 440. Wow, way up here, 448. I'd be interested maybe over four. But QFIN actually bounced real. Yeah, I know you were talking about maybe a short on it, but I was a little surprised because it was below that channel. I thought maybe you would be looking at a bounce on that one. Channel I've got. Now let's see what happens with it. 1509, 1490 is the VWAP. So maybe it's got some room to 16. That's the high of that first 15-minute candle. The key thing is to try to hold that VWAP. 1490 is the VWAP for QFIN, QFIN. That is the VWAP. It's just a little bit above it. Now, wow, so it's pretty choppy. Oh boy, that is a lot of choppiness in this one right now. Not a low float either, 142 million. Yeah, I mean, unless Foot Locker takes out 30 or something, I mean, it looks like it's just going to stay here for a while anyway, between 30 and 31. Now let's check VWAPs and things like that for Foot Locker. 3105. So, if it can get going, it's going to have to take out that VWAP at 3105. So if we're looking for any sort of a bounce, not that I'm looking for a bounce, but if it did start to move higher, it would have to take out the VWAP 3105, and then maybe we have a nice little bounce play. It did go green. You're right. Mm, A big profit taking day yesterday, it looks like. And then the buyer stepped in then and at least closed it. I mean, it was still down for the day, but it closed it. Got all the way down to 378, closed it at 462, but a dollar higher. So buy OC, buy OC, BIOC is going to be more than a 5 minute halt, obviously, halted at 1021. So it's going to probably be a 10-minute halt, opening at 1031 plus 2 seconds. And if you were able to get that one, this is the potential open, 1040. There's the halt at 991. Interactive Brokers, guys. That's the screen is from Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, it's 10:30 now, so I think while I'm waiting on a couple of things, I'm going to just talk a little bit about our test drive that's coming up in, well, not quite 2 weeks, but in 2 weeks you'll have access to the program. So let me explain what I'm talking about. All right, so I put the test drive link in, so click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on June the 5th and runs through the 20th inclusive. That's 10 trading days, okay? It'll cost you $11.11 to take part in it. You'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading at all, okay? So if you're in this because you want to try to auto trade, don't do it. I mean, if that's the only reason you're going to want to take the test drive. Oh, what happened here? ENVB over 4, okay? Now, you'll have access to the program on June the 2nd, approximately an hour after the market closes on the Friday. So that's the Friday before June 5th. So that you'll have access to the program for Friday evening, Saturday and Sunday, so you can at least get accustomed to what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, and I'll show you where I think you can go and take a look, some videos to take a look at to get ready for the test drive. Now, if you sign up today, you are you're pre-registering. Okay, so please don't harass our poor support people. It's incredible. I guess people just don't read. It starts on the 5th, but when they sign up today, they think, well, where's my data? Okay, so please don't harass our support people, asking them, where is my data? I just signed up. When the test drive is over, it's over. And what I mean by that is there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. Now, when it's over, there'll be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription. But don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. And we only do this. We used to do it 4 times a year, every quarter. But the last one was in January, so we're 6 months, almost 6 months away. So I don't know when the next one is, but if if you want to try us out for $11.11, if you can afford that, go for it. Well, you can ask me a question, sure. If you're asking for financial advice, so I can't give you any of that, but go ahead. I mean, if you're going to ask me, should I take this trade or do things like that? I mean, I can look at it, but I'm not a financial advisor. But go ahead. Well, the ENVB definitely exploded now, guys. Definitely exploded. And when we were watching it yesterday, we were looking at five as the next level on the weekly chart anyway, 508. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next level to be aware of. LSDI just fizzled out though. Funny. It did not for a while it tagged along. Well, actually ENVB wasn't really doing anything. And LSDI was ripping a little bit, but it has given most of it up. Yeah, the 11th, Elon in our YouTube room. It's got nothing to do with your broker. Okay. Trade Ideas is a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay. So it doesn't matter what your deal is with your broker. Okay. But yeah, I mean, so to have access to the program, yes, you have to pay $11.11 if you're not a subscriber already, of course. But it's got nothing to do with your broker. That makes sense? All right, guys, you know what? Foot Locker may, let's take a look at this Foot Locker right now, FL, right around the VWAP now, 3105, 3105. Looks like it's trying to put on a little bit of a rally here. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, okay, when you talk about Connect, okay, if you want to use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, okay, to trade from within Trade Ideas, yes, you need either an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? But I think people get confused. They think, well, if I don't have an IB or E-Trade account, does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? No, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. We've got nothing to do with the broker in that regard. We have a way, an option to connect if you have an IB or E-Trade account, but if you don't, it's okay. We have what's called an external linking tool that links with many brokers. And that linking tool, what it does is, and again, we link with many brokers, but the linking, all it does, it's a big time saver. So for instance, if I click on BVS and I can link to my broker, then instead of my having to type the symbol in into the order entry, it pops in there automatically if I can establish the link. Yeah, so okay, so Mateo, I mean, that is really very personal. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure how you expect us to answer something like that. That is very personal. I mean, if you're asking, so, how can I make some money quickly so I can get the money back? I mean, that's, it can be linked to Thinkorswim. Yes. Linking again in terms of clicking on the alert and it'll load into your Thinkorswim platform. Yes. Okay. Um, there is probably, I think there is a video. I know that you were supposed to run both Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim in a. Anybody have Thinkorswim linked? Because I know somebody posts every now and then. One of the other people in the room that has Thinkorswim, they have a video. I don't have the video, but if you do want the video, if you go to our homepage and ask, or they might just give you instructions. I know you have to. I think you have to run both Thinkorswim and Trade Ideas, run as administrator. But if you ask the question, if you go again, click on, and when it pops up, questions and answers, and then ask the question, how do I link Trade Ideas to Thinkorswim? Okay. So ASO looks like it bounced off the 200-day moving average. 53.34 is the 200-day moving average. I think it got almost right to the penny. 53. Wow, look at that. 53.33 is the 200, or 53.34 is the 200-day moving average, and it got down to 53.34. Okay, guys, sorry, internal stuff happening. Okay. This AMTX has been pretty choppy, but is getting me interested again. AMTX is getting me interested again. It's been a little bit choppy though, topping tails. The only way I'll take a look at this again is if it gets over 308, the high of the day. I'm going to stick a price alert around the high of the day, 308. I'm going to put an end to, well, not an end to it, but Mateo, what did you expect we would say though? Yeah, yeah, take this trade and you'll make $700 and then you'll be able to repay. I'm not sure I understand really what you were expecting from us. Not trying to be mean or anything, but really, other than people saying, yeah, stop trading, don't lose any more. Yeah, I'm basically Vancouver. Yeah, Greater Vancouver. I live in Greater Vancouver in Canada, of course. Okay. Okay, guys, that Foot Locker is still hovering around the 200-day moving average. I mean, this could have it could have, not the 200-day, the VWAP, could have an interesting bounce. Oh, Chris, thank you. Chris V. Okay. P.S. If you go to my homepage, you can find my homepage tab. Chris Farley just popped in and he put the YouTube link in. So where are you, PS25? If you can, if you're still in the room, if you can find my homepage, okay, the tab Barry's homepage, and then Chris put the video in. Thanks, Chris. Ooh, okay, guys. I am, what time is it now? 10:46. The goose looks like it's trying to hold that 17 level. I think I mentioned 17 is a potential support area. It's just kind of hovering around there. But I am, again, we can't lose sight of this footlocker in case it has a late day run. No, run. I don't mean it's going to run back up to $41, but the longer it keeps holding this VWAP at 3105, it may just have a little, 40, 50, 60 cent run in it. Yeah, I think I'm just this AMT. Well, I'm not in the AMTX again, but I have an alert set at 308 AMTX. It's just continuing to hover around that 3 level. All right. Well, this looks like a sleeper here, guys. This MNK. MNK is now over that high there. The next high is 267. Way above a channel. I know Real would say that. Way above. Some of these just don't care. 12 million in the float. This is out of Ireland. Yeah. Dublin. Dublin. All right. Marching higher here. And now this one, actually, one of the few at Interactive Brokers, it is not available for a short sale. And that is the big red dot. Okay. When you hear me say that there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, when I say that, I mean right now. Now you can always request, see if they can find some for you. In this particular case, not available to short at Interactive Brokers. That is MNK. So you've got shorts available, really, for MNK, William, at E-Trade. Interesting. Well, Interactive Brokers definitely does not want you to even attempt to short it. Wow, I almost took it, but I just backed off. I didn't take it. MNK. Must be CWD has shorts. Too late now, but let's see how many they've got. Well, let's make sure I've typed in the right symbol. I don't mean that one. I mean the MNK. I don't see shorts available right now. Maybe they got snapped up, Baba. Okay. It says right now if the shorts can be located with a fee rate of 54%. So I don't see that shorts are available right now at Interactive Brokers or CWD. Okay, it doesn't look like Foot Locker is, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, Foot Locker is just dead. Oof, this is just ripping here, this MNK. Next high looking left, I'm not in it, but next high looking left is 267. Wow. Well, William, I don't know what you're doing now on this MNK. Well, I am continuing to watch this AMTX just in case. Okay. It's been a little bit choppy. And I think the only reason I'm that interested in is because it got a little bit of room to 386. 386 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it's got some room. If it ever just wants to, hold that three level and starts to move. 32 million in the float. So it's not high, not low. 9 times relative volume. So it is trading abnormally. And a business is MGRM in monkey business. Let's see. I don't think we have a profile on it yet. Yeah, we don't have a profile on it yet. Too new. But orthopedics, monogram orthopedics. That's what they call themselves. So okay, there is the AMTX. See if it runs from here now. Yeah, you have to check out MGRM after hours yesterday. I mean, that's when it did this silly. I mean, it went from 1286 up to 25, and then this morning all the way up to almost 50. Yeah, Gandhi, I believe you have to. Chris might be able to help on this. I think you have to establish a link every day with Thinkorswim, right? Well, DAS Montage. I'm not too familiar with it. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with DAS Montage, but you probably have to establish the link every day. But you might want to ask. There might be a way in which, as long as you close it in the right sequence. I never have an issue with IB. Doesn't matter how I close. I can close trade ideas first. I can close IB first, but my link is always there every day. But establishing a link, even if my link was not saved, I mean, because it used to not be several years ago. I think it used to take me 8 seconds to do it. So not a big deal if you have to do it every day. Yeah, so Elon, I can't really give you any advice on a trading strategy. I mean, you're new to trading. That's what the whole idea is, though, is to try, use our simulator. I mean, I'm a momentum trader. I like seeing things at the highs of the day, near the highs of the day, then breaking out, looking left to see what sort of room they have. But that's my style of trading. I can't say to you, well, that's what I would advise you to do. You're saying you're trying to, dip buy. When you say it's not working out very well, how long have you been giving it? And, you know, like what is the reason why you're buying a certain dip? Is it dipping into a VWAP? Is it dipping into a 200-day moving average? Is it bouncing off something that makes sense? I mean, there's all sorts of but I cannot say to you, yes, you should be a momentum trader, but you've got to practice. It could take you 6 months in a simulator before you get comfortable doing something. I know nobody wants to hear that. I just think that, and I'm not just talking to you specifically, but you want to fund your account and just start trading immediately. And that's my only advice. Don't do it. You have to practice in a simulator. That's why we have the simulator here, which I should go over right now. What time is it? 10:57. Trading is not easy. It is not easy. And the thing, a lot of my trading is a little bit of feel. It's not. I'm not as hung up about setups and like I have to follow this sort of setup all the time. If it hits this moving average, then I'm not quite like that. Well, momentum trade is a stock that has, that is like this, CINT would be, whoops. Hello, Chloe, good morning. But I'm not saying take the trade now, but this is, most of the stocks that you see here are well, that's why it's called momentum. They are strong stocks with a lot of momentum, abnormal trading action. Okay, those are momentum plays. For instance, of the CINT. So I look at this. The first thing I do, very, very first thing I do, I look left. What sort of resistance do I see near? So on a weekly chart, I see 448. Okay, so there is a little bit of room for this to run. Doesn't mean I take the trade right now. What I would like to have happen if I wanted to take this trade is for it to sort of stall here for a bit. Maybe even dip down a little bit and then come back up to this price and then pop through on volume. Okay. But that's, I'm not suggesting that's how you should trade. You miserable AMTX. You heard me talk about Foot Locker, okay, earlier. Foot Locker could turn into a trade, a long trade. Could if it takes up the VWAP with any authority, 3103. It's just hanging around that whole area. But later on in the day, if it gets over that VWAP and starts to move, that could turn into a nice trade. We don't know if it's going to happen. Boy, at MNK, yeah. I tried, for instance, I tried to get this one down here and I missed it. It went too fast for me. But I also, you look left, 276. What is where I thought it, could stall. It hasn't stalled there yet. Well, you'll hear me say all the time, just look left, look left, look left. That's a momentum trade because all I care about now is if I take this trade and it's near the high of the day, where could it stall when I look left on the next on a daily chart? Do I see anything near? So, if I let's just say this was basing for a while, MNK, right around this three. And when I say basing, I mean it just sort of stops and doesn't do very much for the next 15 minutes. Bases around three. Wow. But if I look left and I saw the next high was say 315, I won't take the trade. It's too close. Now that doesn't mean, and you've heard me say this week and many other days that just because I think something should stall at the next high looking left doesn't mean it's going to. But that's just the way I trade. It seems to keep me out of trouble. And do I get ticked off because something bursts right through where I think it could stall, no, I don't get ticked off. Because there's just so much action happening with trade ideas and our scanner that, you just move on to the next one. Okay. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about an hour. Okay. I guess it usually it's Andy, but I guess Andy is not in today. Wow. I mean, and again, you can drive yourself crazy wondering why this happens. I mean, MNK, there's no news that I can see. It's just some group somewhere in the world probably got a hold of this and said, let's do it. And we see it. We're not a group that's doing it, but we see it because it's showing up on a momentum scan. Then you make up your mind, do you want to trade it or not? All right, guys, quickly go over my homepage and the information you will find there as I wait to see if this AMTX can run for me a bit. Okay, so you click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. Not that. Let me X that out. Okay, so you will see this. Okay, now you want to take on a subscription right now. There's a promo code you can use for 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. If you do, now this is what I was saying. If you're going to take this test drive, you can start off here. This is pretty simple to get started. You'll certainly download and install your first startup and log in. And you should know at the very least, introduction to scans, what a top list window is, what an alert window is, and our charting. Okay. So, don't come into the test drive if you're going to do this, well, with zero knowledge of trade ideas. Spend some time. You'll have Friday evening plus Saturday and Sunday just to get a little bit accustomed to what trade ideas is all about. You're going to take it seriously, otherwise you're just throwing your money away. Just give me a moment. Now, if you're new to trading, I would really recommend you take a look at this. This is a trading 101, we call it. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It starts off as basic as you want. What is a stock? It's the first video. Okay. And there are about 30 odd videos, and they get more, into trading and chart reading and all that sort of stuff. So, spend the time. Trading is not easy. You're going to have to spend some time. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. As I'm watching MNK, just absolutely. Look at the STXS now, guys. That's now on the 10-day daily breakout. Over now, I guess that 200-day and the VWAP. Let me just bring it up. Remember, I was watching this to see if I wanted to short this, if it could take out the VWAP and the 200-day moving average with any authority, which it didn't do. Now, the next high looking left is 240. So there's a bit of room. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, it's a common question we get. How come I'm not getting the trade of the week? Please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? And before I forget, I should say this every single day. Close trade ideas down every night. Okay. We do a lot of data stuff, crunching, etc., overnight. And so some people say, hey, how come I'm not getting this in the morning? And we look at their account and they've had had trade ideas open for days at a time. Shut down trade ideas every night and start afresh every day. Okay. Education link. Again, if you're going to take the test drive or you're just starting out with trade ideas, we've got a great user guide. Click on the user guide and you will see that getting started again. Here is a little more in depth about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and you should know about stock racing. I'm going to go over stock racing, what you're seeing here. And again, it's a guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, but at least alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. And of course, you should have already done the getting started. There's a getting started series again. Now, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Usually it's Andy on Fridays, but Chris is stepping in for Andy. So before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main rooms and the main room. And so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. And last, on my homepage, you will find my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, when you click on my homepage link, then scroll down until you see the scan section. Here they are. And this is what I use. Pre-market act, the pre-market act is up and down. This is that race, what is it called? The biggest gainers from the open. I talk about my 10-day daily breakout and down. This is it right here. Now I've segmented it so it's not looking like a dock. Okay. Not all in one. The reason I do that, not everybody wants to short stocks. So, you can pick and choose what you want. DR stands for don't repeat. So what that means is you'll see the alert. So for instance, let's take a look at AMTX or BVS. This is an obvious one. So when all the filters were met, we had an alert for BVS at 9:56 Eastern time and the price was 203. So over here on this side, this is the repeating version. Every time BVS made a new high, you will see it. Okay. But this allows you to kind of go back and say, well, what happened from that very first alert? No, you can pick and choose, how you want to, how you want the data presented to you. Okay. And then this is the doc momentum up or down. Now, again, if you don't want to short stocks, then just X that out. And all you will see is the momentum up. And I also have another presentation of the momentum filter right there called Momo. It's you'll get basically the same alerts. It'll just be presented in a slightly different way. Okay. So if you decide you want to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you would use my homepage link. And when you click on it, here's where you can take out your subscription. Excuse me. Plus, if you save my homepage, then you can always look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from, excuse me. I do change them up from time to time, and also the education section. All right. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay. We have real-time alerts. I'm going to go over that in a little bit, but we have real-time alerts, and there are many screeners out there. And there's a big difference between a screener and a scanner. Well, let me just show you what I'm talking about. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, and then I always like to bring up the momentum channel. And all these channels are theme based. Okay. And we've created a lot of different scans. So if you don't want to ever make your own scan, and that's why I'm sharing my scans, and we've created a lot of scans here. Now, you can always modify the scans. So for instance, You look at my scans, you kind of like them, but you might like a different price range. You know, I have a certain price range that I kind of like to trade, but that may not be yours. So you can, of course, make a change. So here it is, MNK. Okay, this is a momentum scan. So for any scan, any alert window or top list window, if you want to see what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, and summary. So this is telling. So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. Okay. Screening for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. You can see, well, I know it's way over that. If for MNK, uh, volume is at least 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. So this is the screening aspect. So if all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Okay, so why you're not seeing anything now is that when I loaded this, the last alert was at 11:09 Eastern time for MNK, and the price was 370. There you go. There now you can see right now MINM is making a new high. Okay, these are real-time alerts. That's what we're great at, giving you real-time alerts. A lot of screeners out there, but to combine the screening aspect and then giving you the real-time alert, that's what we're really good at. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. Look at this. Look at MNK. I mean, you can see what's happening. Look at this MNK, guys. You want momentum? This is the window for you. You can either have just on its own, and this is what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can. I'm going to back this out. I'm going to cancel out of this. See, this is the different presentation here. See MNK, you're going to see it over and over and over again as it keeps making a new high. Whereas you only see the symbol one time, but you will see it every time it makes a new high. And that's just the way I've sorted it. Okay, so I'm not inundated. I'm not seeing it over and over and over and over again. But if that's the way you want it, then all you have to do is load my Momo scan from my homepage. Okay. Now, of course, if you do want to build your own scans, you can. So if I right click on this on the that scan and click on configure, this time I'm going to click on search. Now beware. Do not get hung up on how many. These are all real-time alerts. When you see these icons, these are all real-time alerts. Okay, we've got a lot of them, all sorts of different real-time alerts. The ones that are most popular are the new high and the new low of the day, but we have a lot of other real-time alerts that you can take a look at. And these are the filters. When you see these icons, these are the filters. But again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Common question is, man, your program is too hard. How am I going to possibly learn all these? Well, the simple answer is you don't have to. I probably use, I don't want to say half a percent, maybe 1%. I've probably not looked at 99% of these alerts and filters. I zeroed in on what I liked, and that was it. Okay, well, here's Foot Locker now. Foot Locker's making that little low here. So I'm going to have to take a look at Foot Locker if it takes out 30. Okay, I better go back here. So again, why do we have so many alerts and filters? Well, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So that's why we have so many thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. That's why we have so many. And hopefully, if you're trying to make your own scan, you can find the combination that meets your scan parameters. All right, guys. Foot Locker now is testing that 30 level. So again, remember we had this on the 10-day daily breakdown. Joe Dagger. I'm just pulling your leg there, but anyway, there it is. All right, AMTX making a little bit of a move for me, a little bit of a move. Oh, if you're around earlier, I took a little loss on it first. I got in er, earlier, and I took a little loss on it. I got back in. Now, practice trading. This is why we have this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Now, Brokerage Plus is only available if you're using our downloadable application. So if you're using our web-based version, now if you're wondering if you should use a web-based version versus the app, the downloadable application, absolutely use the downloadable application. The only reason to use the web-based version is, I guess, if you have a sorry, what's grunting? Foot Locker guys making new lows. Is if you have, say, a Mac or you're trying to use it on a tablet. But if you have a PC, absolutely use the downloadable application. Now, there's a way in which you can use the app on a Mac. You can, if you're willing to use. Give me a moment here. If you're willing to use a program, an emulation program like Parallels, then you can use it on a Mac. You can use AWS, Amazon Web Services, or Microsoft's version of that. Okay. But definitely, if you have access, the best way to use Trade Ideas is on our using our app, downloadable application. I don't want to call it the app because people think it's like an app. Brokerage Plus, you would load it from here. Let me start afresh. This is what so from a toolbar, you click on new and then Brokerage Plus. Okay. And here it is. That's what you may have different column headers, but you have your choice of what columns you want. And to get into the simulator, you just click on Sim. You notice Brokerage Plus, there are a couple of options. Live and Sim, click on Sim. This will change to account. Click on the account. And then you'll see simulated trading default will pop up. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Practice, 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 practice before you commit money to the market. Well, AMTX is giving me some money back, guys, and then some. So Elon Musk in our YouTube room. That really you, Elon? You ask how I trade. Well, that's how I trade. I put an alert at 308 for AMTX. Why? Well, I wanted to clear that three level a little bit. I looked left. Now remember, I took a loss on this the first time, but I stuck with it and said, okay, if it gets back over 308, I want to know. And the price alert popped up on my screen. But this was all set up because when I looked left, the next high was 386 on the weekly chart. So that's what got me interested the first time to take the trade. Now, how we knew about the trade, many ways, or the idea of it, many ways. It showed up here on my 954 at 299 in my 10-day daily breakout. So I knew about this. Number one. Number two, I don't know if it ever showed. It was showing up in the momentum up also. Mm. Now, did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. I had no idea it was going to do this, but the other thing, I try to be very selective. I mean, I don't trade very much. It sounds crazy. I'm in a trading room and you might think I'm trading all day long, 50 trades a day. No, I probably only take about 4 or 5 trades a day. All right, guys, I've taken some off now because just in case I can't get through that 350 mark, I look at the 350 mark as being maybe the 50-cent mark is maybe a bit of a stalling point for stocks under five. That's just the way I look at it. Doesn't mean it's going to stall at 350, but and then 386 is the next high looking left. By scaling, so I rarely add to a position if that's what you're talking about, but of course I'll take profit along the way. And there's no set metric. There's no okay at I'm going to take a third off here and a third off there and then the balance. If I'm in something, this is not one, but I mean some of these ones that are super low floats, 1 or 2 million, and if it gives you an immediate pop, I'll almost always take some off. Okay, depending how many shares I've got, because it can fall just as quickly. So I'll always want to ensure some profit. This was a little more. If I look at a 5 minute chart, a little more. Well, even a 5 minute chart, it's a little more dramatic. But I didn't take anything off until about 348. And am I upset because now it popped up to 364? No, not at all. Taking some profit, and again, I don't have a set percentage, but taking some profit, of course, then allows you to hold on to it when it maybe starts to pull back a bit, because you might start to say, "Oh man," especially if it pulls back a lot, and you can at least if you've taken some profit, well, even if it pulls back to where you bought it, okay. Now, if you listen to Real a lot, and you notice I don't have those on my chart, but he uses, for instance, the 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. So if you had the 8 EMA drawn on a 15-minute chart, you might, and you want to be that type of a trader, you might not take anything out unless it touches the 8 EMA. So let's say wow, this has just turned out to be a great trade. I'm sorry, I mean, sorry guys, a little exuberance here, but I mean, it's just turned out to be a great trade. Thank you, Jamie. Well, I'll tell you guys, it's even though I've been trading for years, I mean, I'm still as pumped about getting into a trade like this as if it was the first time it ever happened for me. Okay, seriously. It never gets old. Never gets old. My entry was what was it? 310. Had my alert at 308. Now it wasn't clean from there. because it dropped down, I think 305, but that was my entry, 308. I understand. If you're wondering, well, why didn't I tell everybody to take the trade at I'm sorry, at 310? That's not my job is not to tell you what to trade. My job is to point out opportunities. And if it meets your trading style and your plan and you see what I'm looking at, yeah, then you can take the trade. Otherwise, I'm not going to say to people, take this trade right here at 310. So the question in our YouTube room, what clued me into AMTX? Well, I don't know if it's the first time, but I mean, there it is on my 10-day daily breakout, and I love this. So that happened at 9:54 Eastern time. The price was 299. I had actually got into it early, and I took a little loss on it. So that's what got me clued into it. Wasn't on my radar until then. Now, it's very possible though, because I don't have it in this format, but it's very possible that AMTX was also showing up early in the momentum scan. Okay. You're only seeing it the last time it made a high, but my guess is that because I'm just looking the way it traded from 256 to 280, my guess is that it was showing up early, probably around 9:30, 9:35 here. All right. So totally out now, guys. So you see what happened. It did pop through that 350. And as it started coming back down to it, I just basically exited everything. And how close did it get to that 386? Look at that. I mean, got up to 373 and there was the high of 386. Now, if people are going to say, well, was that your target? No, I don't have targets so much. I just look at areas where I think it could stall. And I mean, maybe it's semantics. I don't call that a target, but it allows me to take the trade because, if I'm going to take the trade, I have to make sure that it's going to have some room to run before I think it could stall. So I'm not going to take it. So, and my stop in this particular case was right around the 3 level. So I had about a 10-cent stop. So if I look left, so if I'm in this trade at 310 and I look left and I see some resist, if I want to take the trade at 310, maybe, and I look left and I see the next high is at 320, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 10 cents. I have to have at least a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2. In other words, if I'm risking 10 cents, I want to have a reasonable expectation that I can make 20 cents on the trade. Obviously, on this trade, it was way more. Well, thank you for that, Darren. Yeah, well, it's great being here every day. Some people get a little upset because I do have to go over, trade ideas. It's a promotional tool we've got going here, a free room and all that. So yeah, I've got to do it from time to time, but try not to overdo it. Ah, okay. So the debt ceiling talks break down. Sure, they do. And I'm not disputing, Tank. I'm just saying, is it going to be ongoing till June the 1st? So let's practice taking a trade here. Let's say I wanted to take this AMTX right now. Okay. It's pulled back. Is it pulled back to any, where's the VWAP? 319 is the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP is going to hold it. Okay. But I just want to show you how easy it is to practice in the simulator. Let's take, I don't know, let's take, well, first of all, you click on the alert that you get. It's going to load it'll load. The symbol will load. You can click on this box. Come on, Barry. Okay, so now you can pick here how many shares you want to trade, or of course you could put in the exact number you want. Let's do 400 shares. Okay, the bid ask is close enough. I can go in at the market. I'm going to buy, click at the buy, and then send it. So now I'm in the trade at 331. Okay, 331. 400 shares at 331. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I could flatten it and just have, so if I were in a series of trades here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of, and then I would click flatten, and that gets me out, or I could get out of half my position, or if I wanted to, I could double my position. I'm not going to go into stops right now. I mean, maybe this afternoon, but if a trade isn't working, always have a price I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. So that's my stop, and and I'll always have a dollar amount. And I try to keep that about the same every trade that I'm willing to risk on the trade. And with that, I mean, I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I'm trying to risk about the same amount every single trade. What do I think about fundamental trading? I don't. Oh, I shouldn't say I don't think of. Let me rephrase it. I'm not because I'm an intraday trader. Fundamentals really mean nothing to me. Okay, but that doesn't mean, I mean, that doesn't mean, that doesn't have to be your style of trading. But, typically when you're intraday trading, fundamentals really don't count because, you know, we can be looking at some really garbage stock that's having a day. And if you look at the garbage, you could be looking at the fundamentals and they're horrible. They're losing money, for years and years and years. But for whatever reason, maybe today they're having a sensational day and who knows why. So, fundamentals mean nothing. Now, modest, I don't know if we call fundamentals earnings plays, but I mean, obviously, like a Foot Locker, we know it's an earnings play. So I don't know if that's strictly a fundamental play or involving fundamentals a little bit. But again, because I'm not a fundamental trader, doesn't mean, anybody else shouldn't be, or have a sort of a combination. One of the things we've got going here is this stock composite rating. Okay. I don't talk about it too often, but the stock composite rating is a combination of fundamentals and technicals. So the higher that number is, the better in theory are both the technicals and fundamentals. Of course, you use a stop loss, Elon. I just said I wasn't going to get into it on. Normally, what I do is if I'm going to talk about stop losses and all that, I use I could, I demonstrate taking a trade, putting a stop loss in, and all that. I'm just not going over it right now. Oh, every trade I've got as a stop loss. My stop loss is always the worst I want to do in a trade. And so, for instance, let's just say if I was in this trade, this is in the simulator. Remember, this is in the simulator. So if I'm in this trade at $3.31, and if I looked at the chart and I thought, okay, maybe the VWAP, let's just use the VWAP right now. So if I thought the VWAP, if it broke down below that, I want to be out of the trade. If that's my thinking. So that's at 320. But if it started to move down and just didn't like the way it was trading, I could always get out before that. My stop is the worst I want to do in the trade. But I always, reserve the right to get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. I typically, and again, the question is, do I use a mechanical stop? And again, everything I'm saying, and I'm not trying to convince anybody to trade the way I do. Okay. You'll notice I hardly have any indicators on charts. Okay. If you can find a way to use a lot of indicators and you can make money, go for it. Okay. If you want to use level two, which I don't really use, to help you trade, go for it. I'm not ever trying to tell anybody that like I've got the only way to trade or the only way to trade is the way I do. So regarding mechanical stops, I typically don't because I'm usually rarely am I in more than 2 trades at a time, rarely, okay? So I like to manage my trades. I like to watch what's happening on the chart, and, so I typically don't put mechanical stops in, as you call it, okay, auto stops. Now, if I were gonna rarely though, even if I were leaving my computer, most of the, because a lot of the stuff that, we're in because they were having abnormal activity, you know, I wanna be around, for the whole time while I'm in that trade. Some of them are fairly low floats and, devastating things can happen. You can try to put like an auto stop in, but let's say you had a 5,000 share. Let's just make this. What if this was a 2 million float stock, AMTX, and I put a stop in at 320 and I had 5,000 shares, and all of a sudden it just went right down through 320 and, all the way down to say 290, and that stuff can happen. I may not be able to get out. Maybe I'm only going to get out 500 shares. Sorry, my cat is having a ball behind me. Um, so that's why you've got to be, I think, especially if, on a Foot Locker or something like that, it's not as critical because, Foot Locker is probably, I don't know how many shares. I'm just using Foot Locker as an example, but how many shares outstanding does Foot Locker have? I mean, Foot Locker even is not a high float, but if you were an Apple, okay, with a billion shares in the float, several billion, you're not going to have usually not going to have to worry about something catastrophic happening and powering through your stop and not being able to get out. But look, yeah, this spy, oh man, they're just playing with our emotions. Are you talking about this? Okay, Dan D in our. I see you have a P&L bar indicator above your broker's plus. Are you talking about this little down arrow that's showing this? Okay, that's a good question. I haven't made any changes for so long. I'm sure it's just an option. I know Chris Farley will know, but or Pepe will know. I'm sure it's an option. I haven't changed this layout for years. Okay, so I probably don't even remember how I. So you don't have it, is what you're saying. You don't see this. Okay, let's see if I can figure out. These are usually these tabs. It's probably one of these. Chris, are you in the room? Do you know how? Chris will be in about 20 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay. I'm sure he'll know. It might be one of these options here in the new. Come on. There we go. Thank you. So, so under Windows, there you go. I wouldn't have thought of that. Show profit continuum. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. You are, you're so good. Okay. So you see, Dan? So under Windows, not up here, not in the in the main toolbar, but in the Brokers Plus toolbar, just click on Windows and then Show Profit Continuum. And you notice I've got it checked, and that's, I must have done that years ago. Boy, I was in that VFC short a long time ago. Not in it anymore. So Powell was talking at 11 o'clock, right? And that's what caused, and it did. But did he talk? He didn't talk about the debt ceiling nonsense, did he? Or did he? But at 11 o'clock, when he started talking, that's when that first red bar showed up. Yeah. So something else he must have said, and then the rumors coming out that there's talks are stalling. Okay. Now, if you want to practice swing trading, you can. All right, because if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, the AMTX, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then basically it becomes a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading. If you don't exit a position at the end of the day, then and if you want to practice swing trading, you can. You know what's on the move here, guys, is G sit. G sit is on the move here. Let me see if I can bring it up. So this is a high now for the day. Well, it was up here. G sit was a high for the day. I think it had some news, maybe. Yeah, I don't see any news. It's not an earnings play. I had earnings on the 16th. High looking left is around 729, so it's got a little bit of room if it kind of bases a bit. Low float 17 million. Yeah, there's the view app 320. So if I'm going to use that as a stop, I think I can actually add order. Yeah, 320. Of course I can. So you'll see on the screen right there my 15-minute chart. Trade ideas 15-minute chart. So if it hits 320, it'll take me out for a $42 loss. And why I'm not using the trade ideas charts right now is that they're lagging too much for me. We're trying to figure out why. So I'm until that gets resolved, I will not use them. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these races to see what's happening. Essentially, what I want to see what this minimum did because this was a real active one a while back. Yeah, look at this. It got up to 2 weeks ago. It got up to what 14 something. Yeah, wow. So it got up to 667 and came right back down. So forget about that one. Gentlemen? Okay, guys, Foot Locker. Gentle people. Foot Locker. Underneath 30, barely, but this could be the crack we're looking for. And I'm gonna have to refresh my memory. Where is the next low looking left? So 29.79. 29.79 is kind of the next low. I wish it weren't that close, but it may not matter. Because if it can take that out, then the next low, I believe, is 28.48. Hey guys, so you see what happened? AMTX took me out. I left that stop in, took me out for the $44 loss. Okay, this is in the simulator. Having mechanical or auto stops is a great thing to do if you have no discipline. If you cannot obey your stop, if you cannot obey your stops, well, I would really recommend you do that because it takes all the emotion out. Just like this happened. I mean, I put the stop in, I let it happen, and so there's no motion. There is no emotion involved. There's no, well, maybe my stop was too close, or well, it's probably going to bounce back, so I'll let it. I'm not gonna take myself out of the trade, even though that's where I put my stop. So you keep it in there, and it takes all the emotion out of trading. Okay, here's another halt, guys. CREC, CREC is another halt. And why? Is this an acquisition company? Yeah, this is one of these SPACs. So who are they? See who they is this a company called Afia or something like that they're looking to merge with? Well, that was a fake break. That was a fake break by Foot Locker, guys. Now this becomes maybe the reverse. Let's bring up Foot Locker right now. And that got down to what, 30, or sorry, 29.90 or so. And then it popped right back up to like the 30.24, which for it is pretty dramatic the way it's been trading. So they could have sucked it all. Well, the reason I didn't take the trade, of course, is because I looked left and I saw that 29.79. I thought, well, I can wait for it to break that. So now let's hit. Okay, look how the VWAP has really changed now. 30.82 because this was at All right. I could have sworn the VWAP was just over 30. I know the VWAP changes, of course, over the course of the day, but I thought it was just over 30, and we're waiting for a VWAP break. Anyway, see if it takes out that 29.79 area. And if it does, then it's got some room underneath. Meanwhile, it is almost noon, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can listen to Chris for his hour between 12 and 1. All right, guys, I'm just getting set to take my break, so probably not going to do anything right now. The MNK not shortable for me, like with the big red dot at Interactive Brokers. Struggle to get through 4. However, I am going to stick an alert up there in case it happens later on in the day. I mean, this got up to 450, so I'm going to stick an alert around 411, see if it happens later on. That is for the MNK. Uh, THMO. I haven't seen this one for a while. THMO. Mr. Varley.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, give me a moment. Let me put my announcement into the room that I'm taking my break. You are there now.
Sounds
I put the
good.
YouTube link in so they can listen to you for your 1 hour break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, main rumors. I'm putting you on mute right now. Chris is in the room. You want to head over there? I put the YouTube link in. And now we can chat, just you and me, Chris.
Yes, we can. What a day, no?
Oh,
I may or may not have done a lot of trading today.
don't be so cryptic.
I mean, a lot of scalping, but
Oh, okay.
it worked out well for me.
Oh, good.
But that MNK, huh? What a move.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean the MNK is one of those ones in which you look for, well, why, just briefly, and there's no why, it just is.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean I didn't get it. I actually tried to get it just over two, and I missed out. And I thought, oh wow, it's not gonna. How much further can it go?
That's what I thought too. I missed that, but I did get some GSIT on a
Okay,
645 break, and then sold it when it got up over 670. I was happy with that.
I see it
There
right
was
now.
also what else? There's something else. Oh, AMTX.
Oh yeah, that was my
Took it.
big one.
Yeah, I took it over 310 and got rid of some at 360, and
Oh yeah,
then
right
the
on.
rest as it fell down, I got rid of it in the 350s. So
Yeah.
I was fairly happy with that.
Yeah, I took that one early actually, and I had a little loss on it, and then I put my alert at 308, which was sort of the highs, and then yeah, I took it right at 310, just like you. I sold
Mm,
some just around 350, and then it popped above it, and then as it was coming back down to 350, I got out of the rest. But yeah, that worked out great. I mean, a
Yeah,
great percentage move.
I did something similar with that MINM2 when it took out the high of the day. It was the high of the day at that point at 564. I grabbed some
Mhm.
and I stuck a sell order right under six. That one through for me. So yeah, it was a busy one today.
Yeah, and I keep having this dialogue with Michael. I love trading in the afternoon. I just think it's some of these things they just set up again. They sort
Yeah,
of go dormant for a few hours, and then the enthusiasm comes back. And all you have to do is set a few price alerts, and they don't. It's not going to happen every single day, but it's amazing. I bet 4 out of 5 days that you can find two or three stocks between 2 o'clock on that were really active early in the morning and then just start to get going again.
yeah. Yeah, I had the same thing. I used to delete price alerts during the day, and I've just left them. And if it comes back, great,
Yeah,
and if it doesn't,
yeah.
that is.
All right, my friend, I will let you go, and
Oh,
I'll
I
see
should
you at
probably
around
switch
one
the
o'clock.
screen. I just realized. Sorry, I was so busy looking at these charts. Let me swap the screen, and then you're off and running.
Okay. Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
tag.
I'll
I'm
see you in
in.
about an hour.
Sounds good, Barry. Thank you. All right, everybody. So happy Friday, filling in for Andy today. He's got some other duties to take care of today. So you get me back again this week. As usual, I don't have anything pre-done. I am wishing I held a little of this GSIT right now as it fights with 7. It looks like maybe it can come and tap over that towards that recent highs, but ending the week green is always a good feeling. So here we are anyways. Any questions that you folks have, please fire those away for me here. I don't see anything particularly new. Last thing I see is Doodledum put in something about mechanical stops at 11:36, but I guess that was for Barry. So yeah. Outside of that, yeah, I mean it's been one of those weeks I think, but really been one of those days today. I also grabbed ENVB today, but I just got that on pennies when it made that big move up and down. So here's W key back. I did not trade that. I deleted a price alert on that actually, and then after I deleted, I said no, I shouldn't delete it, and then I said no because if it comes back up to an area where I would be interested, it would pop on the scanner just like it did right now. So not far off the VWAP there. It's been kind of a really great indicator and tool for me over the last couple of months. I'm getting more and more comfortable with it. I was asked several times when I was filling in for Barry, last week, plus or whatever it was. About anchored VWAP. I'm not using it currently. It's not that I wouldn't use it. It's just that it's not something I've used in the past for my swing trading. As we're moving into what I feel is more of a swing trading environment where I'm more apt to hold stocks for maybe a few days, probably going to start looking into that more, the anchored VWAP. And I'd use it like I would with the intraday VWAP here. I don't think I would change really much of anything, but I won't know until I start playing around with it. Of course, I'll start with trading in the simulator. You always go back to the roots and to the safety of testing things where it's not going to cost you any money, right? All right, sorry, just responding to a message here to me. So anyways, I'm going to set an alert over that there. A couple cents spread on WKEY. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be careful just because volume is low. My day is green. I don't see any reason to go and take any big risks. But if this thing kind of consolidates for a while and it sets up a decent possible risk reward, what would I be looking for in this? I'd probably be looking to take out the high of this 15-minute candle here of 321 and not let it get back down much from that. And on that, I would be hoping to get, push towards high of the day. That's what I would be looking for if I were to do anything, but it's going to have to have more volume and to make me a believer on all of that. Tell you about MNK. Would I buy? If not, why? I wouldn't buy it now, no. I mean, the things ran up 235% to this point. And it ran right up into resistance up here. Let's throw a line right there. So it's not setting up a risk reward scenario that I think makes sense for me anyways. Can't speak for anybody else on this planet, but for me, it doesn't make any sense at this point. And could this thing blast off to $6? Sure, why not? I don't think it's likely though. So, that's where I am with it. Now could my mind change later in the day if it consolidates and some volume comes back into it? Sure, my mind could change. I reserve the right to change my mind every second of every day. But at the moment, I don't see any reason to go after it. To me, when you see it moving down like this on that 5-minute chart, for now, that's not exactly a pullback as far as I'm concerned. Only time will tell whether it was or was not a pullback. There's no way to know ahead of time. There's no crystal balls. So, here it is. It's trying to push up on $4 again. So maybe it goes and takes off to, the high of the day again. But it's just not setting up a risk reward that I'm comfortable with right now. The VWAP's all the way down at 335. And you've got an 8 EMA here all the way down at, 325 or something like that. So, it's very extended on a 15-minute chart. Not quite as extended on a 5-minute chart, but what am I setting up for here? What stop makes the most sense to me? There isn't a stop that I like that sets up a good risk to the downside with a good risk to the reward side. I mean, at best, maybe I'm finding a 1-1 stop right now, using either the VWAP or a rising 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart to the high of the day. And I'm not, I'm not going in at a 1-1 risk. Do I enter a trade if a stock is going up with low volume? I can. I mean, low volume is also subjective. For example, we've got this right here, right? Or let's actually take GSIT. All right. So, right here, look at the opening volume bars on GSIT, and then it comes down. And while we get a bit of a raise in volume, it wasn't what it was earlier in the day, obviously. And I had taken this on this candle here, but before it had taken out that volume. So I didn't know that it was going to, have a boost in volume quite like it did. I was anticipating a break of a certain level that I thought could equal a run. It did. I'm less likely to take an entry if the volume is absolutely declining, though. Less likely, but not unlikely. Or I should say less likely, but not it's not impossible. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. So there is that all. And there continues to be stocks kind of ripping across this here. Uh, 500,000 shares traded on this, running up into some resistance here. So I'm not sure about this one. Spread is okay. It's 2 cents right now. So. EVDL, see that racing across the screen now. A pretty solid chart here for EVDL. And again, folks, anybody with questions, fire those away from me. There's a lot of stuff I looked at today that turned out to be nothing. Let's see, BANL. So far, nothing burger. Spread is not so great on the $3 stock. And weird, comes these big volume bursts like that. So it's not like it's consistent volume that's coming in. Only 430,000 shares traded on the day. But I'll leave that price alert nonetheless. BIOC was another one. I think it halted up and halted down maybe. Wasn't quite paying attention to it, but I'd set a price alert for that 12 break. I did not get it at all, but a lot of volume in this, decent liquidity. So, I don't think it gets back up here to 12, but I'll leave that price alert for fun. IMMP, I was looking to see if that might be back in play today after the other day. So far, it doesn't really look like it. The relative volume is still pretty decent in it. There's some liquidity there, but it's not what it was the other day. Let's continue up the list. EVLV was a player yesterday. I think that play is now over for the moment. Only 700,000 shares traded today, which that's not illiquid or anything like that. It seems that the interest has started to really dry up in this. You know, obviously not what it was, you know, post earnings here, but it's just continued to fade. And today it doesn't look like it'll even have the volume that it's had yesterday or the day before. Continue up this. These are just price alerts that I have set that I'm going over right now. You know, things that THMO doesn't look like a whole lot's going on over there now. One big early pump and dump move. It looks like, you know, 1.26 million in the float. So that's what I would kind of suspect happened there. BVS had a really fast move up and down. I think it's no happy accident where it couldn't get through when we look on the daily chart here. Continue up that list. AVTX. Yeah, this thing just has no volume anymore. I mean, I know the relative volume is what it is, but it's traded 378,000 shares on the day. I would suspect that almost all that was done in that first 15 minutes. Yeah, almost all that was done in the first 5 minutes. So I'm fairly confident that's over. But again, you know, look at where it ran into. If somehow some interest comes back into it, obviously there was some interest there yesterday. No idea why. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. SOUN. It's an AI play. I was watching to see if it could do anything on a 3 break, but full well knowing that 320 would be 315, 320 would be a challenge for it. But you never know when the volume is going to start to come in. Looks like it's really kind of giving it up now. It's not a massive move down, but considering this thing has been in a tight range for a while, you know, that's a pretty good size giving it up right there. How many do we need for a better trade experience? I don't know. You know, it's very subjective, that question. I used to have 3 screens and just my desktop computer. That's it. It's still just my desktop computer. Now I have 2 screens, and, you know, I'm, you know, trading. I'm doing this live stream. I have Slack open for messages internally with trade ideas. I have all kinds of stuff going on here between work and work, you know, work being my work for trade ideas and work as in trading my account. So I'm comfortable with 2 screens. It's 2 32-inch screens. They're not anything special. You know, I bought them in 2017. And I have trade ideas and I have my brokers. That's it. You know, I don't have any other fancy tools. I'm not using like Bookmap or any of that stuff like that. But it's not like I'm a self-taught trader. It's not like I came in one day and I was like, yeah, I'm just going to trade. And it all worked out well for me. It took me several years to stop losing money, which means I still wasn't making money. And then I started to make some money. And when I say make some money, I'm paying some bills. I'm not, there's no yachts in my future or Uber helicopter rides or anything else like that. You know, we're paying some bills here, you know. Taking care of the car payment, and there's a roof over our head here. But again, you know, what I would suggest to someone that's first starting out in this world, you know, regardless of, let's say, you know, you have some market experience, but you're maybe pivoting over to shorter term trading, whether it's swing or day trading or a combination of both. I would say start out later. You know, there's no reason to go out and buy $10,000 worth of equipment to find out that you only need the $3,000 worth of equipment, right? You can always add, you can't take away really, or it's, you know, more difficult to take away, you know, reselling things that you bought that you don't want anymore, so on and so forth. I will say there is kind of that happy place regardless, in the sense of, I don't think you want to do this on just a laptop screen, you know, maybe a laptop with a decent sized screen, you know, I don't know, a 20 something inch screen, a 30 something inch screen. That might be a good place to start if you're on a laptop. I don't do any options whatsoever. I have never traded an option in my entire life. I'm not opposed to learning them, but like I said, I'm a self-taught trader. I didn't know anything about markets at all when I first started learning in 2017. It was at the beginning of 2017. So my focus is still on becoming a better trader of stocks before I decide to expand myself to anywhere else. For whatever it's worth, I'm working on my CMT designation. I'm in level 2 right now. So, that'll be my focus the next few years. And then, we'll see what happens after that. Hopefully some of what I answered as far as devices and all that with experiences helps. Of course, if there's something I wasn't clear about or you need me to elaborate on more, you have more questions in that, let me know. Only one laptop. It's been 3 months I'm trading. All right. So, I would suggest, whether you're using trade ideas or not, paper trade first. Even if you got to write it in a notebook, keep yourself honest. Don't, BS yourself about what your entries and exits would have been, because the only person that gets hurt by that is you and your bank accounts. But that would be my recommendation. If I had one thing I could go back and change about when I was learning to trade, literally, if I could go back in time and change one thing, it would simply be that I paper traded before I went live. I went live after just a couple of months, and that was a really big mistake. But everybody's different. Everybody has a different learning curve and experience. But like I said, if I could change one thing, it would be I would have paper traded. Now, at that time, Trade Ideas did not have a simulator and did not have a paper trading platform like it does now. But, I was told the same thing, write in a notebook, keep yourself honest. I didn't do any, that's not true. I journaled my trades, but I didn't do them as a paper journal or anything like that. It was live and it was losing money. I have a 15.7 laptop using 27-inch monitor. It works well so far. Tried 32, but that caused too much a headache to turn that too much. How long to paper trade? Until you're not losing money paper trading. And then when you go live at a very small amount at first. What's a small amount? I don't know. If you got a $10 million account, maybe 500 shares is a small amount. If you've got a $10,000 account, maybe 10 shares is a small account. That'll kind of be relative to you. But I would paper trade until I was consistently winning. And I had a reason behind why I was consistently winning. What do I mean by consistently winning? Meaning, I am using these indicators as my entries and exits, whether to the upside, both to the upside and downside, whatever those indicators are, whether you make up the indicator or it's one that's existed, a MACD crossover or a SMA break or a VWAP break or a ADX or DI or, there's a gajillion zillion indicators out there, reasons to get in and out of a trade. Some we have, some we don't have. You can always use your broker's charts for these things as well. Experiment and see what's working. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. I just throwing everything at the wall, seeing what would stick, getting, or watching my account dwindle down. And it was just really, really foolish. And it continued that way right up until I decided to actually use some indicators and test them and see what worked and what didn't work. And, those kinds of things like that. Yeah, I've gone back and forth on how I've done things here. As far as my setup goes, I'm very happy with the setup that I have right now. I still, for some reason, always seem to have gremlins in my system for my computer, but it's always me. I don't know what it is. But yeah, paper trading, for some people, maybe, 5, 6, 7 months. For some people, maybe a year. Probably, if I'm being honest, the general consensus of what I've seen people say how long it takes them to become profitable traders has been 2 years. I was a little over 2 years before I stopped losing money. I was a little over 2 years before I stopped losing money. It was probably close to 3 years before I was eking out profits. And that's, the honest truth. What look at when market is closed? What buy tomorrow? I look at your evening scan. Peter, that's again, like many of these questions are subjective. I'm going to look at my evening scan. I'm going to look at my lifetime high scan. I'm going to look at the sectors. I'm going to see what sectors look strong, breaking out, what's weak, what's not participating. And this way, I'll have it in my memory bank when the week opens next week, and I'll take a look and I'll say, let's just bring this over now because I think we could cheat and take a glimpse into things right now. Why not, right? So let's get a picture in picture here and let's look at some stuff, right? So here's our IBB, right? So we can see right now that, biotechs are just kind of running sideways for a very long time right now. They're neither weak nor strong. They're just kind of middle of the road right now, right? GDX not looking so healthy again all of a sudden, right? So maybe gold stocks aren't in favor right now. But, I'm also going to look at it like this. What if GDX holds this level? What if GDX kind of holds this level, gets back above here, right? Why do you give me trouble, line? All right, so let's look at that line, right? GDX kind of holds up in this level up in here, and it starts to catch a bid, and I see gold miners coming through scans next week. I might want to be an owner of some gold miners, right? These are the things that I do over the weekend. I will probably go through no less than 500 charts this weekend. Again, we can go right down the list here. SIL, looking at our silver miners, and I know I'm aware the SIL is heavily weighted in, I forget what stock it is, but I'm going to look at it all the same. SLV, same thing. Not SV. Let's try SLV. There we go. Silver looks a lot stronger to me than the silver miners do, right? So maybe there's going to be some silver miners or silver stocks that may throw me some interest. I'm not a big commodities person. Regardless of trading the underlying commodity or the stock, generally I shy away from them, with the exception of oil and gas. But when it comes to uranium, your precious metals, materials and mining, generally speaking, I kind of shy away from them anyways, but you may not. But so that's why I want to include these in my examples here. We're looking at, with the IHE, we're looking at pharmaceuticals, right? Right now, pharmaceuticals, they still look to be in a downtrend right now. It's a thinly traded ETF, but maybe you want to take a look at another one. There's gold. Gold still looks very strong as compared to the gold miners, I would say. So again, gold stocks. These are all the things that I would be doing here. WPM, that's it. I knew there was something. I couldn't remember what it was. Here's IYE. This is energy. This is going to be pretty mimicky to the XLE. Not too far off from what the XOP will look like. And again, this still kind of looks top heavy to me right now. In the short term, we look at this weekly chart in the picture-in-picture, doesn't look as weak as the shorter term looks to me. But if it were to give up this level, if it were to give up $40, that would not be good, right? So we haven't come across anything that looks that great breaking out yet. However, why don't we do this? Let's go with position and range now on the year, right? Technology, XLK, I know that one well. That looks like it is in a beautiful, beautiful grinding uptrend, right? Communications and Vanguard here, right? Information tech. That was communications. My apologies. Another really great looking chart right here. No? All right. Qs, obviously, we're making new 52-week highs. Qs are looking as good as anything looks right now. And I get it. I know all the bad stuff out there. Recession's looming and the inverted curve and the blah, 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 and whatever else. I don't care. The charts are the charts right now, right? Charts look bullish. If they look bearish in 3 days from now, I'll be more defensive. Right now, there's a lot of stocks going up. There's a lot more stocks going up than going down right now. That's just the way it works. We'll see what happens. Here's communication sector. Again, it looks like it bottomed here. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher high, right? That's what I call an uptrend. That is a confirmed uptrend. Now, is it going to run into some resistance right here at this level? Absolutely, it's going to. Is it going to stutter at that level? Is it going to blast through that level? Not a person on this planet knows. Not you, not me. And if anybody does actually know, they ain't telling us. Right? So I just want to illustrate that here with this line. Right? That's what I'm seeing. These are the things that I do on the weekend. So next week, if I see tech and communication stocks start to break out, again, you better believe I want to be an owner of those things, right? There's your semiconductors. They are looking good. You know, let's throw up a few charts here. I know ON. Look at ON. Rated all-time highs, right? I'll bet MRVL is looking pretty good right now, right? Not as good as I would have thought, I'm going to be honest. But if it can get up over this 50 level, then we start to make a new high, right? So there's a low, there's a new low. We held that low, right? Now if we can take out around this, if we could take out this level up here, 47, maybe we can get a new high working, right? So I'd be looking at, you know, maybe some semiconductors that have lagged but haven't sold off completely, right? SOXX, same thing as that. Your home builders looking really decent, actually. Again, you know, let's get rid of the picture-in-picture. There's a low from last year. That's a higher low. That's a higher low. That's a higher low. This looks like it's trying to base again and make another higher low, right? There's a high. There's a higher high. See if we can't take this higher high out, right? Without a question, got an uptrend going on. And again, could this uptrend end tomorrow? Absolutely, it could. But it isn't right now. It isn't going to end most likely today, right? You know, but some, you know, things to point out. Throw caution to the wind. Don't just go buying things, right? Here's your SPY, right? I don't personally think we're just going to blast off right through 420 on that SPY, all right? I would love to see a close or two above 415. That would make me a lot more bullish than I am. And it's not like, oh, I'm bullish. Yeah, bulls, go. And I'm never like that. And I'm also never bearish. Just damn what the charts are. When the charts change, I'll change. So, you know, right now, again, there's a low. There's a higher low. There's a higher low. There's a higher low. There's a higher low again, right? And on my period low of 20 for the daily, we see these kind of nice steps starting to form up, you know, the kind of thing that we saw back here on this run up, right? You know, these are the things that I'm looking at. These are all the things I'm looking for. XLP, who are you? I don't know what this one is. Consumer staples, I should have known that, right? Consumer staples looking a little weaker all of a sudden. I don't know, does it hold here? You know, we draw some lines. I think, you know, that 75 level is kind of a big deal right there. So again, we draw a line there. You know, gives this up. Not so strong, right? You know, there's the low. Here's a higher low. Going to need this to hold to make another higher low, right? Haven't been able to take out these highs. So there's a lot of highs that need to be taken out to really flip the script all the way bullish, right? But if we go and look at, can we get picture in picture when looking at charts? Maybe that's just for the team members. It's in a beta right now. It will be eventually released to you folks when the bugs are out of it. But right now it's fairly buggy. So we're not releasing that. And just for those, you know, I get a lot of emails. Oh, I'm happy to beta test. The issue with us beta testing is all of a sudden we let people, I should say this is not beta testing. We're alpha testing. We release betas. The issue with us letting other people alpha test is all of a sudden, oh, you know, I lost all this money because, you know, your thing wasn't working right. Okay, well, we're just not going to put that in people's hands to be able to do that. So we, you know, handle the internal testing ourselves. And that's the way companies generally do it. And that's how we do it. But you will have it at some point in the not too distant future. But what I wanted to bring up here is my Position in lifetime range. Here we go. All right, so look at this position in lifetime range. There's some volume metrics in this. And the scan has got, you know, a decent amount of names on it. I don't know, there's over 30, probably close to 40 names on that. And for all we know, that continues to add to it by the end of the day. In order to make this scan, the stock must be within 15% of all-time highs, traded 1 million shares on the day with the relative volume of 1 and be above $8, right? So, you know, just having a look at this here, and for the folks that are like, it's 5 stocks that are dragging up the market, it's not 5 stocks that are dragging up the market. It's absolutely not. It's large caps, and it is, you know, large growth stocks that are dragging up the market, but it ain't 5 of them. I can promise you that. When you've got 40 names on, you know, I've had near 40 plus names on this every day for the last probably 12 or 13 trading days. That's not 5 stocks. Are they weighted as much as Apple? No. Are they weighted as much as Microsoft? No. But are they those stocks? Yes, and more, a lot more. So, you know, these are the things that I'm looking at anyways for what I've got going on. You know, some names that we can look at here, you know, Home Builder, Pulte Group, right? Right? Is that who this is? Yeah. Pulte Group, right? We got Merck, right? Big drug maker. Eli Lilly, another big drug maker. SMCI. I mean, this thing is a monster, absolute monster right here. Mentioned ON, another monster here. Speaking of Monster energy drink, right? Yes, Apple's on there. Pepsi's on there, right? General Mills is on here. TJ Maxx is on here. Our friend NVIDIA is on here. Visa's on here. Walmart's on here, right? So it's a lot of big cap names that are really dragging the market up right now. But it's not 5. So always confirm the story with the data. Don't confirm it with what people are posting out in the internets. 30-day market breadth. I will note this. This has been extremely bullish all week. I mean, today it is giving up some, right? This was up near 20-80 split to the bullish side, 80%. It is starting to give it back quite a bit right now. Overall market is having a bit of a sell-off after that gap up into the 420 of the SPY, right? Plenty of trading day left. Let's see if it holds. I would go as far as to say that there, just over 415 is a big level. And this here at this 417 level are 2 levels of interest, maybe 416 and 417 are 2 levels of interest I'd be keeping an eye on right now for the SPY. Gives up one, likely to touch the other, gives up the other, likely to bring us back down to this 410 level, right? We close above 415 a couple of days. I'd be looking to take out 420 on the SPY. Those are the if-thans that I would be looking at. These are the things that I'm doing day in, day out, weekend in, weekend out. Anyways, you folks have been listening to me drone on and on and on and on. Fire some questions in here for me. You surely must have some. W Key. Look at you, W Key. Trying to tempt me here. Trying to tempt me with W Key. Look at that on a 5-minute chart. So some blips of volume that are pretty sizable as compared to what we've seen for a hot minute there. It's up over the VWAP. You know, this 524 could be a challenge for it. Could it blast right through it? Absolutely, it could. I'm going to sit on my hands, though, for now. This is very true, Patrick. This is very true, but it's only 500 stocks out of the several thousand of the U.S. market. Not to mention, if I may, bring up this global ETF tracker, right? Add a lot of green on here, right? Let's do this by position and lifetime. Right? That's a good amount of green for lifetime highs and some global ETFs right now. So there's a lot of bullish cases out there. And again, they could flip to be bearish any second, literally any second. But you've got a lot of healthy ETFs around the world right now. There's France is on fire. Ireland looking really great. Switzerland. Mexico. There's Japan, Japan trying to wake up after 40 years, 30 years, whatever it is. There's a Canadian ETF, right? Trying to break out here above, 52-week highs. Italy looking really beautiful right now. I believe this is Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, I'm doing decent here. That looks to be breaking out right now. And again, they could all fall apart tomorrow, but plenty of bullish cases to be made out there. Plenty of bearish cases to be made out there. That too.
STXS.
Yeah, let me get rid of that. Let's put this back over where it belongs. Move that around. Oop, that got in the way. Oh, BIOC. Are you back at it again? I talked about the volume fell off on this. There's the volume coming back in again, right? STXS just set off a price alert for me as well, as it's right here. So right back on high of the day here. Zoom in on that a little bit. Yeah, kind of sticky running up through here. Not crazy about that chart. So WKEY is pushed through. Looks like looks like it could take a shot at high of the day here. Gets above that, then maybe it takes a shot at 4. GSIT looks like it couldn't really get and hold 7, obviously, because it's below 7. But maybe it sets up for later in the day. SDA, where do I know you from? I don't. A lot of shares traded on that. I'm going to reset that price alert there. Palantir is an interesting one. So I'm just going to talk charts, I guess, for a little bit here. I'm not sure you folks have questions, of course, throw them at me. So I'm looking at Palantir here, and we see these big volume candles come in on that day there. I'm guessing that was maybe that AI phenomenon and buzz that happened for a couple of days there. We see the volume come down a bit here, and we're seeing some pretty heavy volume again in and around earnings. So you wonder, here's earnings day, day after, day after, day after, and we're still coming in and with some decent volume well above what we've been seeing the past few months. Is this accumulation volume? Is there a player at the table accumulating this stock right now for some reason? Obviously, it's a huge critical level for it. Also, obviously, it has been in a awful downtrend, but you can't ignore the possibility of it making a recovery, right? Anyways, Palantir is something I've got my eye on very closely. Sorry, these are all things that I have price alerts set for. RXRX. I was watching this. I thought above 620 it might have a little more room than what it did. Thought we might see 650 on it, but stalled out here. RXRX, interestingly enough, too, had a lot of volume come into it going into earnings, and the volume stayed at a fairly high level coming out of earnings, so definitely worth noting. Kathy Woods is the word, I'm guessing, for Palantir. That doesn't make me feel great. MNK. So there's that MNK we talked about earlier. Struggling at that 4 level. Just can't really push through it. And that's why I said that, it's going to need a risk reward scenario that makes sense for me. It didn't exist then. It's moving closer to a possible one now, but I guess at the same time moving further away too. What do I mean by moving away? This is what I mean. Starting to, you've already got $4 is going to be a bit of resistance. Now you can really see with these topping shadows being more resistance. Then you have this up here at that 450 or whatever it was. I don't know if it touched 450 or not. 446 high. So now you've got $4 as a problem. You can get around 440 as a problem, right? And so, what's your stop on this? A realistic stop versus a realistic push through what it could do. WKEY has made its big push. Tapped 4, it looks like. 399. So, that was my theory there was if it could take out the high of this candle, we could see a run on it. And that's exactly what we saw. Yeah, 3-minute chart just for fun. And built right into it. Pretty textbook, pretty nice right there. I don't always look that clean. What else? TIO. This made a really, really nice move here. I was watching this one. Wish I'd taken a little more and held some. Near rejection off the high of yesterday. That opening high of yesterday. A lot of liquidity. Good amount of volume. Really good volume. We'll see if it's over for the day or not. AMTX, that appears to have run its course for the moment. Again, is it basing now? And if it is basing, what would make me interested in this again, right? That's the $1 million question. Well, probably something above that right there. We'd need to take that out right there. And this sets up a much better risk reward to me than something like this. right? So on this here, we've moved up so much today in one shot, right? And I wouldn't necessarily call this basing here, especially because we have these topping shadows back here, right? And now I've got this resistance above it here. We're on AMTX. My resistance really is this high of the day right now, outside of this move here, right? So a break of this, now I'm looking at 375-ish, 373 is the high of the day. And through that, then we're looking up towards, 380 and change and $4, right? And we've started to base through and in here. So I'll have some nice moving averages in the VWAP, cradling it with me right now, saying this, anticipating that it holds these levels. For all I know, it takes that out. But right now, it's really kind of held this level down here well. This prior high from early in the day, right? This had been resistance earlier in the day. Now looks to have become support later in the day, right? That's what I'm looking at. If Dan's setting up these possible scenarios and breaking them down, and then just being prepared. So anyways, I think that's going to do it for all my price alerts that I had set for the day here. I don't think there's anything else coming through that's really new. I mean, I see NAT, I see EURN. They're like tanker stocks that have to do with energy. I don't think there's a whole lot going on in those. EURN's up a bit more than I would have thought, than I realized, but liquidity isn't great. 460,000 shares traded on it, so, and sitting right here in some resistance area. What else? Interestingly enough, I think COGT is another energy play. No? Nope, pharmaceutical. Confusing that with a different stock. My apologies. What else? Watching this TO again, TIO for break back above 5. But here's my thing. It breaks back above 5, right? This area to 510 might be a bit of a challenge, and 517 might be a bit of a challenge. And then we've got that. So I don't know about this one. This is what my mind is seeing. This is what my eye is seeing. Those being as challenges above it. Does it mean I discount it? Do I stop paying attention to it? Absolutely not. And just a couple more minutes here. So fire some questions in for me. Some really strong looking charts here right now. Univar. It's an interesting eclectic mix here too as well. We've got pharmaceutical stocks, home builder stocks, technology stocks, food stocks, food and beverage stocks, right? A really big mix here on these stocks that are sitting here propping up the market right now. I can share my layout with you. However, actually, you know what? I think I got a layout that I can share with you that doesn't have the custom stuff in it. Give me 1 second. That should work for you. There may be something with a custom symbols list in it, so you won't be able to do much with that particular scan. But the this other stuff will be fine here. There are things going to be in that layout actually that are not on here, and there's also things on here that are not going to be on there because this isn't part of my normal layout. That lifetime scan. I think I shared it before, didn't I? If not, I guess I didn't. I thought I did. Here, I'll share the position lifetime range scan as well. There is that. So WKEY ran right into $4. Couldn't get through. Come back down. Come back down. Blasted through. Right back down. So these things aren't lived long, right? Don't marry them. You're in the money, especially on a stock like this. You better take that money, right? Look at these topping shadows that it has in the past. This is not, this is not a stock you're investing money in unless you know something about the company and you believe it's going, it's going up from here for some reason. But look, it has a history of doing exactly what we're seeing today, right? So these stocks aren't meant to hold for long periods, generally speaking. These kinds of moves, these kinds of traders. Pepsi, what a march for Pepsi, huh? Look at this trend intact, this really long-term trend. I mean, wow. With the exception, obviously, of COVID here. I wish we had whatchamacallit charts. Linear charts. It's because, the move from 150 is not the same as the move from 150 to 120. So, I wish we could illustrate that better, just how big some of these moves are. It's just not illustrated well here like this. Anyways, it is what it is. Yeah, Pepsi on a march. I hear you whisper.
My trademark.
You get the beep, we get the whisper.
Yeah, that's right. I have actually put in a patent for it, so you cannot use it.
Fair enough. I understand.
Hey, let me show you something, Chris.
Show me, please.
I'll take. Can I take over the screen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is your world, Barry. I'm just living in it.
Yeah. I've been showing this 20-day range high and 20-day range low for since I got back, and even last week though.
Yep.
Look at it. And it's been like this even when the market's been whipping higher. Look at it, 20-day range lows. Now, with certain filters in place, but look, I hardly get any stocks making 20-day range highs versus all the ones making 20-day range lows.
Interesting.
I find it fascinating because the market's not tanking or anything.
Yeah.
And even on days though that we had, I think we had a day where the Dow was up 300 or something. This was full, and there might have only been a couple in here. And I just find it kind of fascinating to see this.
I got to tell you, when you were gone, I, obviously rearranged a layout to share on my screen, and I started using your 10-day daily breakout and breakdown.
Oh yeah.
fantastic.
It is fantastic.
They were fantastic. I got to tell you,
Mhm.
I really made me a believer. I made a
Well,
race out of them for fun, but I think that the
yeah,
alert windows on don't repeat is fine because you just set a price alert and
yeah.
you don't obviously like anything else, you don't just go running into it because there's the alert. So I don't think a race is fine for it if someone wants to visualize the data like that. And I know I'm one of the last survivors of being big on races, but I just don't think that the race is necessary on the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. I think
Well,
the
one of
alert
the
windows
reasons
serve
too,
well.
Chris, unless you made some changes in the filters, you don't get very many alerts.
No, I
I
didn't
mean,
make any changes. I left it
and
just the way
so
you
yeah.
had it. So
So I mean, today
so
there's
at
only
most
three in
there's
the.
5 at any given point because it would be running like a top list. You're looking at let's say 3 to 8 stocks on there maximum.
Exactly.
But
Which consequently, it's useless to use a race because the whole idea of a race is to find something that's buried down,
right,
50 rows below, perhaps that is moving.
that's exactly it.
So yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm just finding this very fascinating that even you would think that I'm not saying it has to be 50-50, but I mean
Yeah.
this is like 99, like 99 to 1%.
What I
So
find
it's
really
a
fascinating about that is so I made this 30-day market. I'm calling it 30-day market breadth highs versus lows. So I took, compare count window and I put a
Mhm.
new high alert in there, but put a 30 in for the value for new highs. So it has to be 30-day highs. Now that
Right.
does include weekends, obviously, but that gives us a month more than less
Sure.
look at it. And it has been mostly looking bullish each day in and each day out for the last 10, 11, 12 trading days. Now, today, it had a ratio that was 80-20, 80 bullish, 20 bearish, but that has
Right.
come back down now and it's 59 bullish, 41 bearish. With this, I use the word sell off, but it's not a sell off today. It's just
No.
the market gapped up and it's faded on the day. It's lower than it was high. I always like to be careful when I'm saying sell off because people are like, oh, the market's falling. Look out.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens with that later in the day here, how that all shakes itself out. The other thing that I've been watching, and I made mention, I don't know if you were listening or not, but I've been watching my position lifetime range scan a ton. And to get on the scan, you got to be within 15% of a lifetime high, traded 1 million shares on the day, a relative volume of 1, you got to be $8 or above. And I'd say it's averaging 35 plus stocks on it a day for the last 2 or 3 weeks. So that's a lot of stocks within 15% of their
15.
lifetime
I thought you
highs.
said 50%. So you said 15%. Oh, okay.
15, yeah.
Okay.
15%. Got to be within 15% of the lifetime high. And it's got to have, doing some decent volume. So the idea is, I don't want it to be looking at anything overly cap weighted or, huge market cap, but I don't want things that are, only trading a few 100,000 shares influencing it either.
Right.
I want it to be things that, do have some impact on the market. Obviously, nothing has an impact on the market quite like Apple or Microsoft and, things of that nature.
Mhm.
But, stock, like if you pull up the chart of ON, semiconductor, I mean, that's, it's 430 million in the float. It's got, a market cap of, 36 billion. I mean, that plays a role in moving the market, sitting there not far off all-time high. Semiconductors
Yeah,
are
exactly.
strong.
Yeah,
So,
I've seen this one. Yeah.
I
87.
was saying you can make an argument. You could literally make an argument for bear case. You could literally make an argument for bull case. But in the end, just let the scans and the charts tell you what to look at.
They do. Yeah. Yeah. That ON, I've seen this one in the past. And yeah, it's almost 87 something is the all-time high. So, but semis have been you take a look at semis, you take a look at communications and tech, XLK. I mean, those are the stars.
Yeah.
Right
But
now.
I mean, but look, look at Pepsi, look at Pulte Group, look at Monster Soft Drink, look at TJ Maxx, look at General Mills. These are all
Food
within,
and some retailers.
the food retail. Like it's kind of a mix, a really big mix out there of stocks that are all up and around that area.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart
these days.
Exactly. Yeah.
Seriously.
Walmart's up there.
Yeah, Walmart I think had earnings yesterday, and I think they kind of blew it out. I think it was Walmart.
Yeah, so and
But
they've been
maybe
hanging
not.
up near that lifetime high. I think 160, around 160 is a lifetime high. So they're within $10 of that, at
Yeah, May 18th.
150.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Target is the one that's interesting, I mean,
yeah,
Target.
didn't they just come out and say they lost a ridiculous amount of money because of
Mhm,
shoplifting? I thought I
mhm.
saw something like that. Maybe I'm wrong.
You see, yeah, because you look at Target and they're under 50% in that lifetime range scan. Well, no,
Yep.
you don't have the scan, but I'm just looking here, under
Yeah.
50%. So interesting.
I guess
Uh,
I guess they didn't pivot as well as Walmart did to
I
the
guess,
Amazon effect. I don't
I
know.
guess.
That's all I could come up with.
All right, my friend, 103 now. We've got you 3 minutes overtime.
Oh,
So
that's all
have
right.
a
That's all right.
great weekend. And again, I'll publicly thank you because I got back on Tuesday. So I will publicly thank you again for taking over for me and doing such a great job. Makes a lot easier for me to take a break every now and then.
I am
So
very happy to. If anybody deserves it, it's you. What you do day in and day out.
fun,
you're on
Chris.
you're
It's
on the
all
front
sorts of
line.
fun. It's fun. Okay, my friend, have a great weekend. I'll take
Sounds
over
good.
now. I'm sharing my screen, so I'll just get
Perfecto.
the other
All
rooms
right.
live.
Take
Okay,
care,
thanks,
Barry. Take
Chris.
care, everyone, and we'll see you on the flip side. Adios.
I'm back in everything. Okay. Now, yeah, that GMTX, or it's not the AMTX, getting a little bit interesting again. This could have one of those late day runs. GSIT could have a late day run. I'm just looking at some of these ones that were, really, really pouring it on early. Now, I do see that Foot Locker is making that little move. I think it's coming into the, let me see if I'm right. I think it's coming into that VWAP. I think it's coming into the VWAP. Oh, wait, it's not flow, but FL, sorry, FL. 3074. Yeah, so it's coming into the VWAP, guys. This is a critical level, obviously, for Foot Locker. If this is going to continue this little move off 30, obviously it has to should be taking out that VWAP, maybe getting over 31. And you never know. We could get a $1 or $2 run late on in the day. It's still going to be down a lot for the day, but maybe it tacks on $1 or two, tries to recover just a little bit. But it's got to get through that VWAP of 3074. The VWAP for Goose is around what, 17 or in that area? Or am I wrong? I know 17 was trying to hold it, I think, a long time ago anyway. Yeah, okay. So 17 basically held it. Now, as William says, 1725 is the VWAP. Kind of take it out. Goose had a nice little run at the end of the day yesterday. It went from 1749 up to 18. It had about $1 run yesterday at the end of the day. Not saying it's going to happen again, but from the lows though, it had about $1 on a bounce. All right, so I mentioned the GSIT guys. So GSIT, keep an eye on it. Maybe on a 7 break. It'll probably you could challenge that next high looking left 729. Low float 17 million. Need some volume. The volume is tapered off. So I was saying to Chris in the YouTube room, I've showed this a couple of times this week, I think, and here's the difference. I mean, there was one day, I think, a couple of days even, that the market was pretty good, but look at the 20-day range highs, 20-day range low. This is full. This has got one stock in it meeting the filter requirements, and these filter requirements, this is just the flip of them. So I mean, it's not like I've got really tough filters here and not as tough filters here. So there's only like meeting these filter requirements, and here it is. Current volume is 1. So I mean, it's just trading normally. And 600,000 shares minimum, up 4% from yesterday's close, and within 5% of the high of the day. Okay, that's what that range, 95%. So it's within 5% of the high of the day. And of course, it has to be at least at the 20-day high, at least. Okay, it could be higher, but it has to be at least. So I mean, these are not like tough filters, but I mean, maybe this is the tough one, having to be within 5% of the high of the day. But this is just the flip. This one, so these are within 5% of the low of the day. 600,000 shares, the same thing, trading 1, average. So it's average volume. 600,000 minimum though. So I mean, it is just to me, it's amazing. Just not getting a lot of stocks maintaining. Even though they're 20-day highs, they're not maintaining near the highs of the day. They're just kind of selling off a bit. Whereas these guys, they're not only at the 20-day lows, but they're, the way I've sorted them, SPWR. I guess there's something happening. Is something happening with solars? Because I saw run is down also, or UN. I don't know if anything specifically is happening with solars, but oh man, I have to take a look at this again. This VFC. This is the one I shorted early on, and I didn't hold. I can't remember why I didn't hold on to it. It was early. I think maybe when it was doing this, but wow. I'm sorry, that's SPWR. Sorry. Um, VFC. Yeah, it was right around here. But okay, time to say goodbye. But boy, oh boy, this is now an all-time low. All-time low now for VFC. Up and So Apparel Manufacturing. What are they? I know North Face, Vans, Timberland. Wow, they got some big brands. North Face, Vans, Timberland. I don't know Icebreaker. Dickies, don't know them. Supreme and Kipling, don't know these ones, but certainly North Face, Vans, and Timberland. They're I know those brands. Interesting. Well, North Face, of course. Let's say Goose, a competitor. It's funny, William. I read a headline about that, the tax breaks on solars. I read some kind of a headline a couple of days ago. Um, and obviously that's got to be a big reason. KRBP. Let's take a look at KRBP. Well, Baba, you know me. Next high is 462 on the daily. Okay, so that's the first thing I'm looking at. So, you've got like a little over 20 cents away is the next high. Do you think that's good enough? Okay. I mean, if you're going to put a 10-cent stop or a nickel stop, yeah, and it gets up there, then it's okay. But the other thing is that it's such a low float. Yeah, anything could happen. I mean, truly anything could happen. Volume is coming in, but I think that high looking left is fairly close. What did it get up to? Got up to 448, and then the next high again is at 462. So what, 23 cents away. Now, if you told me that it would, if you bought it at 439, it would get up there 23 cents. That's obviously really good, but will that happen? It looks like it just stalled too. What's the volume? See, the volume isn't very good. Volume is not very good. 149,000 shares, 0.92, so it's not even trading normally. That would be an issue for me. And also, the other huge thing, look at the spread. 436, 450. I mean, it's a terrible spread. You can't, in my opinion, you can't. Well, I shouldn't say it like this, but I would never take this trade. Not with that spread. And listen, a second from now, we could, tack on $1, but the spread keeps me out. That next high keeps me out. The fact that the overall volume is pretty low keeps me out. It may work, but I have to look at. Remember, I always talk about my the boxes I have to check. I can't check boxes on that one. But it may work. It may work because in the past, I mean, traders could be looking at this, of course, when it got up to what, $9 on May the 3rd. So I mean, that's what traders will look at and say, well, maybe it could do something like that. But look at that Sun Power. So okay, I can fess up. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. I actually took this Sun Power while I was on my break. I'm finding that a lot of these on the 20-day range lows, um, they're not rocket ships at all, but they're just kind of gentle move downers. Okay, especially on a day like today when the market is down. But even when the market isn't down, but I'm not in it anymore. And I was interested because I saw it broke 10. And one of the reasons why I would never talk about this really is because it was so extended. So this was a gut feel trade. I mean, typically I would never take a trade like this. 15, look at all this, 1, 2, 3, 4, like almost straight down from 10 o'clock. But the break at 10 to me was significant. It's all psychological. But I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. And unfortunately, no, maybe not. AMTX, I mean, it might have a run. Um, but again, you look left and that 386 and it got up to 370 something, I think, 373. So, I mean, that could stall it. So, it may not have enough impetus to keep moving. Looks like that VWAP is trying to hold Footlocker, guys. 3074. Well, maybe not. I mean, it's at 3072. It's right at the VWAP. Yeah, there goes the GSIT. It is now. There goes GSIT, guys. GSIT. There it goes. Now, if you took this one, 730 is your next high looking left. So if it can get through that, not sure what we're going to see. Back this weekly chart out just a little bit. Wow, I mean, there's lots of room. 20, you got to back to 2 years. Yeah, if you've got to go back a couple of years before we start seeing those highs again for GSIT. All right, guys, it is video time. So what time is it right now? 1:19. See. Oh, get rid of that announcement. Couldn't take that long, but just in case. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. So I do see that STXS did put on a little bit of a move here. STXS. Well, MNK, when did you type that in? 12, 11, 126. So it's a couple of minutes ago. Yeah. So it's got to get through that VWAP. MNK has got to get through that VWAP at 344. That's kind of holding it back right now, I think. Anyway. Oh man, I wish I was still in that SPWR. Wow. Talk about a solid trend down without other than a couple of little green, like there's a very minor green candle there, and then a 945. Other than that, that's straight down for SPWR. I think I don't know. Well, run, yeah, pretty similar. SPWR a lot more dramatic. Run had a couple of little pauses, but on the way down. RUN. How about First Solar? Usually leads the charge. Well, I guess, William, that must have happened about 5 days ago, right? When they're talking about getting rid of the, what did you call it? The grants or whatever for solar. Tax breaks. That's what I meant to say. Tax breaks, grants. All right, here's another one that might be attractive. IRBT. Okay, IRBT, just underneath the whole number. And boy, another one. Look at this. I mean, it's almost a lifetime low. IRBT. What's going to hold this up? Of course, I really don't even have to look left. I mean, I don't see anything. Yeah, I mean, I've got to go back. Yeah, I don't think there's any real support for this IRBT, guys. Well, this is interesting to me anyway. A little break of this whole number of 31 of 32 for IRBT. Basically, I mean, basically no support. Almost a lifetime low. Not a ton of volume. 2.5 times normal. Ooh, it's a low float. Yikes. Let me get out of this. Okay, I was trying to get some. I don't like the float. I don't like the float, 26 million for a $32 stock. For me, that is just a little too much. I mean, it make it moving down, but I was trying to get some literally at 31.20, 31.98. I had stuck the bid in between. Yeah, well, I mean, you may want to still do it, but I just looked at that float. I didn't know it was so low, so other than that, it looks really good. Oh man, my computer sounds like it's going to take off. Luckily, you guys can't hear that fan going crazy. At least I'm assuming you can't. Hello, Chad, with a big exclamation mark. Hello. Okay, guys, what is going on here? BVS, let's see if BVS is so now I'm starting to look 135, around 2 o'clock or so, or earlier, maybe from now to the end of the day. We start to get maybe some of these that were just exploding earlier, and then they kind of drift down and they do nothing, and then all of a sudden you get a bid coming in, and they can maybe have a late day run. So, BVS. Now, the issue, of course, the VWAP 210. So, would have to get through that. I can't speak for everyone, Chad, but my day is going great. Do you think that's all it is, though, Tank? Just replacing fans? Why would that be? Pepe, where are you? He's my IT expert. TTW. Well, I know I had a big day yesterday because didn't they launch some kind of one of their gaming? I'm not a gamer, so I don't not familiar with the game. I thought that's what wasn't that the news yesterday? Also, it was an earnings play. So it was an earnings play yesterday. So what's my opinion? Well, it's holding. I mean, it's having a bit of a minor sell-off today, but other than that, but I thought they also had something about a game that. So I really don't have a strong opinion. I mean, it had earnings, so I mean that's the gap, and it's trying to hold, I guess. When you look left on the weekly chart. Now, so when you say what's my opinion, are you talking about Are you talking about a swing or like what are you talking about? I'm not a swing trader, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask. But the next high looking left is on the weekly chart is 137.73. So I mean, it may have a tough time getting through that. What did it get to yesterday? Oops, just give me a moment. Oh, it actually took that out, got up to 142 yesterday, and it got up to 142 again today. So that little high there of yesterday kind of stalled it today. I mean, if it can take that out, in the next while, that's what I'd probably be looking at. I know you're giving up about $6, but hoping for a fall. Okay, well, I have no idea. I mean, it's strong. It's relatively strong still. I think it's too early to tell, what it's going to do from here. But it's a tech stock, and tech has been so strong, or tech type stock, tech type stock. Yeah, I don't want to call it advice because I'm certainly not I'm not an expert in swing trading. Okay, but all I'm seeing is it's kind of holding. If you were going to short this, I would be waiting for a 134 break, a 135 break, the low of yesterday. It may not happen today though. So what I do take, just so I know getting way off, I have one. I do take the back off or the side off, and I have one of those air pressure things that I just blow it in there every now and then. But maybe I will take your advice, and now I just have to figure out what fan it is. Yeah, I will check it out. Thank you. I mean, if that solved it, it'd be amazing because it. I absolutely could. No, I couldn't do this job with this computer right now unless I had music to sort of block. But it only happens at it gets crazy and high stress when I do my video. I load my video, the program I use to do my video, then the machine just goes absolutely crazy. Okay, guys, I think, well, Foot Locker, not that I want to take it, but I mean, that VWAP got rejected again. Ooh, when I started using Crisp? That's a good question. I can't remember, Pepe. A good question, though. I feel like I've been using Crisp for a long, long time now, so I really can't remember. That's a good point, William. Okay. All right, guys, I'm actually looking at VFC now, okay, as a potential short. The reason being is now it's just sort of holding underneath 19, and it's kind of doing this little bit of a jog up here, so it's kind of basing. I think if it starts to move down again, it could maybe have an end of the day continuing run down. We'll see. Because this is now a lifetime low. Nothing's holding it up. Really? That's what he said. Interesting. Well, we can do an experiment, I guess. Well, I guess I should do an experiment not while the while I'm in the room. I'll once I shut down, I'll experiment and see what happens. I hate to give up Chris because you guys, I mean, there's no background noise for you guys, and there was a lot happening around me a lot of times. So I still think it's one of the more amazing pieces of software that I've come across. Okay, so the question was why I didn't take the IRBT short because of the float. For me, a $32 stock with only 26 million in the float can be a little too whippy. Doesn't mean it's not going to work, okay? But it could be a little too whippy for me. And I'm looking at these topping tails, right up here, and so it's just a little too whippy for me. I mean, it could work. Don't get me wrong, it could work, but I'd want a much bigger float for a $32 stock. So that's the reason for me. And look, it may still work, but I'm not going to take it, even though I love it because of there's really no support for it. But it's all to do with the trading plan or style, if you will, and I just try to stick to it. Boy, oh boy! Other than I'm going to take a look at some of these other ones. Here's another one that I we saw earlier. This is yeah, wow. It's another one that just kept moving down very gently. See the float 142, 142 million. I mean, I'm not saying you won't get gyrations with a higher float, but you'll get less. So I know I mentioned this one earlier, the Top Golf, Callaway, probably right around here. It's moved 30 or 40 cents fairly gently, without a lot of up and down movement. Again, from the 20-day low, range break. What I actually look for here is ones that are just underneath the whole number. That'll kind of get me a little interested to see, okay, here's a stock, a stock just underneath the whole number. So let's take a look at shoe. And I can tell though that you see, look at shoe. Now, again, how I have this organized is that the ones that are near the low of the day will be right at the top. Now that is the position in the day's filter rate icon right up here. So I double left click on it, and so I organize it so the ones that are near the low of the day will be right at the top, but they all have to be within 5% of the low of the day. Okay, but the ones that are right up here. So I can see that shoe is not near the low of the day, which means it probably had a little bit of a pull up, but that might be a good thing. This is the other one I was looking at earlier, AGL. It was just underneath the whole number. And it's just kind of hanging there. I know why I looked at it. Also right on the VWAP. I'm sorry, on the 200-day moving average, 2189. It's sitting right on the 200-day moving average, AGL. Made it to the dark side. Man, oh man, that SPWR. I'm almost embarrassed where I took it and covered. Yeah, it is struggling, isn't it, William, to get through Goose, GOOS, to get through that VWAP 1724 is really struggling to get through it. Yeah, trade swings. Well, for me, it was more because I was on my break and I was able, and I actually had to leave. You know, a lot of times when I'm on my break, I'm actually sitting here. It just gives me a break from being on the mic, but I'm actually kind of doing stuff. In this particular case, I took that trade and then I realized I had to do something, so I had to cover it. Otherwise, I'd still be in it because there was zero, and I mean zero with a capital ZZ to get out of this trade. Aha, guys, Mink, MNK. I think, what did I have alert there? Ah, yes, okay. Keep an eye on this one now, guys. I mean, this is sort of your late day, not quite 2 o'clock, but and did volume come in? Not bad. Here's another replace the CPU heatsink grease with Arctic silver. Sure, I'm going to do that. I'm sure there must be a YouTube video on that. But as Pepe says, this is a desktop, not a laptop computer, but hmm. So where is the next high looking left for MNK? 471. Okay, so the high today was 446. You know, if it can break through that and it can then break, I mean, then you're talking up in the 560 level. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Right. I'm going to write this down. Thermal paste. You learn something new every day. I'd never heard that before. Thermal paste may need replacing. I can look that up on YouTube. How to replace your thermal paste in your desktop computer. So on Monday morning, if I'm not here, you'll know why, guys. Following the advice of all you guys, and it didn't work. Kidding. Ah, guys, look at Foot Locker again trying to tease us at that VWAP. Foot Locker FL trying to tease at that VWAP. What's the market doing now? The market's not even going to help it. I mean, it's an earnings play, so it's really trading on its own. But maybe if the market had a big, huge pop up. Yeah, no, I won't do that, of course. Okay, guys. I mean, this is getting a little more interesting with Foot Locker if it can. That's when tank. I forgot what that acronym meant. I was thinking a bit of a pita bread. Why is it a bit of a bread? Then I realized, wait a minute, there's an acronym. Yeah, no, no, I know, I know. Yeah, I don't know about a squeeze candidate. I mean, I know. I mean, if you're, this has got. I mean, I know what you're saying because of the short float is fairly high, 11%. But I mean, look, it's an earnings play, and to me, squeeze candidates are stocks that have got a high short float percent, and then have some huge, great news that causes all the shorts to panic. That's my interpretation, but I may be wrong. Have I noticed in the morning the MNK moves? You mean, did we notice it today? Yeah, absolutely. We noticed it today and tried to get some at 2 and I missed it on the way up to 4, whatever. Well, what's really giving it up is AI. This has actually been one of the, after, let's see, around 11:30, because you had a bunch of topping tails, buyers were trying to get this up for AI. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. But after that, at around 11, well, around 11:30, it has been basically, a couple little topping tails, but basically just straight down. It has room still. Yesterday's low was 23 something or other, 23.67. So still has room. Is there a way to see what AI is up on this week? Are you talking about, you're talking about it? Yes. You can use the change in, yeah, okay, so I think we have the change in 5 days or something. Let me just give me a moment. Change. Okay, change in 5 days percent. How's that? So if you added that as a column header, to anything, you'll see the change in 5 days percent. So you wouldn't have to have it actually as a filter, but you could, just as reference, just add it as a column header, and if that's of interest to you, you just add it as a column and then you'll see it. Oh, just to show you what I'm talking about, if I let's duplicate this. It won't be for Foot Locker, or I'm sorry, but for AI, but this is what I'm talking about. So if I took this and I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window, okay, so I'm going to take this out. So I just took it out now because I don't want to mess with it here. So now, come here, you, and then I'll add the configure. Right click, configure. Click on the search. That's all I did, because I didn't want to scroll down to try to find it. Click on change, and then I scroll down a little bit. Where are you? I mean, I could type in change in 5 days, of course. Excuse me. Here we are, change in 5 days. Percent, show the column. Show the column. Now, if I want to only see stocks that have moved a certain percentage in 5 days, of course, I could use it as a filter. But if I'm just interested to see what it looks like, okay, so you can see right there, excuse me, the VIRX has changed 104% in 5 days. Okay, so if more, so this is just information right now. More stocks come in, you will see that. I mean, this is basically what I'm well, not exactly, no. What I was going to say is you could use this also for stocks near the high of the 5 days. Like, where are they? This is what I use for my 20-day range. In other words, all these stocks are at a 20-day low or worse. So I mean, they could be 21, they could be a 100-day low, but they're going to be at least a 20-day low. And I'm sharing that one. So you could put stocks that are at a 5-day high. Also, stocks that are a 5-day high, or where they are in a position in 5 days. There's all sorts of great things you can do with the positions and rate changes and all that sort of stuff. I think our position in range is really good. I mean, You know what I'm doing this afternoon, guys, is once I leave you guys, I have to go, it's an arduous task, but I have to go into my cloud and I have to start deleting multiple copies that I've got. It really slows down when I do stuff like this. And my fear is, of course, I'm going to delete a link that I've got in my homepage accidentally. But if and that's why this is so slow. So we've got a lot of great position in day rate position, where is it in the open? In the 5-minute range, 15, 30, 60-minute range. This is the position in today's range. This is a good one if you're looking for stocks that are above yesterday's high, as an example. So the position in previous day's range, if you want stocks that are above yesterday's high, as an example, and only see them, you could put 100 here. In the min box. So it's 100%. That means it'll be no worse than at yesterday's high. Position in lifetime range. I mean, you want to see stocks right near the high of their lifetime range, put 95 in there. That'll be within 5%. As an example. So we have a lot of great position and range filters. Okay, guys, I'm taking a poke at this VFC. Okay, I'm in it already. I was mentioning that I would like to maybe take this one if it held under 1890. So, and it was basing a little bit. So it has no support in terms of chart support. VFC. And why do I say that? Because the position in lifetime range, look at it, minus 1.5. So, I mean, it's basically at a lifetime low. How can I change the columns on the M window? Okay. Let's bring up, I don't have a multi-strategy window up, so I'll bring one up. That's a question in our YouTube room. Yeah, good time to ask questions, guys. I mean, I'm pretty much done. So good time to ask questions. This is my lag. So let's do option plays, load. Okay. So how to change the columns. Right click. Properties columns. Okay, so right click properties columns. And here are your columns right now. So if you want to add one or you want to get rid of one. Ooh, an exception. Okay, I want to continue. I don't know why that's happened. Don't know what that's going to do. It's going to load the files. I'm not sure what happened there, guys, but hopefully it's not going to boot me out of the platform. Okay. Cancel? No. Well, what the heck? You guys getting that error? Like, I don't want you to do it. I'm frozen right now. I'm frozen. Well, that's what you would have done. Okay, you would have gone to the column. So right click, right click on the multi-strategy window. Find the properties and then columns. But it appears that I'm hung up now by doing that. Cancel, I can't cancel. It worked for you? Okay. I'm glad it worked for for a customer. Yeah, no way I can get out of this. I don't think there's any way I can get out of this without doing an end task for. I mean, it's not a big deal, but yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't think there's anything I can do other than just end the task. Okay, bear with me. Again, it's not a big deal. It's just the only big deal about doing stuff like this, having to reboot, is you lose all. You don't see all the alerts you had all day long. I mean, you can do a history and all, but might go update to the latest version. Okay. Now, guys, I should mention a couple of things too. Is that what you can't see? I mean, I've got three monitors, so what you see this monitor that I'm sharing, and you notice, but I have two other monitors, and so I do have some. As an example, I've got. Did that happen? Okay. I've got this one on another monitor that you can't see. I bring it in every now and then to show you I'm sharing this. But the bottom line is, though, is that I have got other Trade Ideas windows scans on my other two monitors. And so all you do, because what you want to be able to do, you saw what I did. I had to reboot Trade Ideas, but everything came right back exactly where it was before, including this one, exactly in the same position on one of my other monitors, the 20-day low. So everything. So what you do is this: if you have multiple monitors, so just put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay, so obviously, not obviously, but this is my main monitor. So I put my toolbar there, rearrange all the Trade Ideas windows exactly where I want them on all my monitors now. Okay, and then you go to Tools, Options, Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts, click on Layouts, and where it says Loading Layouts, so just do a check, open relative to main window. Check it and save it. When you do that, when you exit Trade Ideas, make sure again, always save your work because it has to remember you made that change. And then when you load Trade Ideas tomorrow, or even if you shut it down for an hour in the morning, come back in the afternoon, reload it, everything will be exactly the way you want it to be. Okay, Pepe, let me see if I can understand what you're saying. I can disable the option, but not, but it'll still do the noise canceling? Is that what you're saying? That's what you don't know. Okay. Hmm. Well, certainly what I'll do is once I shut down, I will do some tests. See, right now it's okay. I mean, you guys just took my ear. I'll answer your question in a second. H, hi or hi. um, like right now it's okay. It's usually when I do something like do the video, and then every now and then it just goes crazy for no apparent reason. But right now, if it were like this right now, it'd be fine. So right, right. So it's the creating a transcript that could do it. Okay, I will. Thank you so much. I will do a check transcript. Another note to take because it's unnecessary, of course, for me. Okay, the don't repeat option on alert window is not letting me change the time frame. It's grayed out at a 5-minute preset. Any advice? All right. Well, let's take a look at a don't repeat and see if I can figure out what you mean. Okay, so this is a don't repeat on my 10-day. Is not letting me change the time frame. What time frame are you trying to change? This is a don't repeat. Don't understand. Like what time frame are you trying to change? And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, okay? The don't repeat option on an alert window is not letting me change the time frame. It's grayed out. Time. Um, yeah, I don't know what you mean exactly. Are you talking about doing a history? You can't be talking about that. Meanwhile, I didn't see this one. ALPN. I'm actually in Crisp right now trying to figure out where that meeting notes is, and it doesn't allow me to move over. Wait a minute though, I can do this. I don't have it down here. Still don't know what you mean. The repeating symbols time, but you're on don't repeat. So if you're on don't repeat, I mean, it's the time is going to be the first time you had the alert. So I'm not understanding. I'm sorry. Again, I'm trying to figure out why you want to change the time frame. Like what time frame? So again, I'm not understanding what you mean. Hi, I'm sorry. The repeating symbol for a symbol. Yeah, I mean that's if you right click history, is it real time? That's no, it can't be that because there's time frame there. It's not. I'm not sure I understand what he means. All right, there's finally a little bounce for SPWR. The VFC is starting to bounce on me a little bit. To check it to see if it's back into the 18 underneath 1890. You know what Pepe is talking about? Hi. So if you right click on your alert window and you right click history, and he's talking about is it on real time? I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas, Steve. So I lost. I mean, I could do a history and see them all, but so I'm only seeing the last ones now because I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. Oh, when you talk time frame, are you talking the don't repeat symbol? You're talking about for a day, 1 minute, 5 minutes? Is that what you're talking about? The time frame? Because as Pepe is saying, if you're not in real time, I guess this I've never really thought about it, but I guess it is disabled. And let's prove it. Let's go to history, yesterday, right click, don't repeat is grayed out. Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, that's the reason then. Okay. So as Pepe said, make sure when you right click on your alert window and go to history, click on history, it has to be real time. Okay, real time. You probably you couldn't have had it on real time because then now when you right click properties, don't repeat is not grayed out. So you can access. I now I understand. I think this is what you meant by a time frame. Okay, thank you, Pepe, for that. As usual, I just didn't understand the time frame you were talking about. That was the problem. It was in the don't repeat and then the time frames that you can pick from. Now I understand. So that VWAP definitely rejected FL. Okay, back to crisp. All right, guys, 226. I may wrap this up at 3 today, if that's okay. I'll stick around if there are more questions. Have we considered hiring Pepe? I have already told him. I I don't think he would want to work at Trade Ideas. I mean, he might, but no, I think he's probably very comfortable. Whatever he's doing in life, I'm pretty sure he's pretty comfortable. I don't think so, Pepe, because you've got the combination of knowing like a lot of our developers, they don't know the product, as well. They're great on the development side and all that, but I mean, as far as product knowledge, I mean, they don't answer questions like that. You've got the combination. I mean, moment, guys. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do, I'm trying to do a few things on the side here. So I think I'll put myself on mute and I'm still here though. If you have any questions, I'll hop right back on the mic. Okay. Spell it right. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute right now. Okay, Pepe, just for fun, I turned the noise canceling off and I loaded my video, the program I use to do my videos, and it still went crazy. So I don't know if it's going to be anything to do then with the with Chris. Yeah, I'm glad. And now I've got the noise canceling off, so you guys can probably hear some background noise now. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't that because I would hate to give up the noise canceling. All right, I just put it back on. All right, guys, took a loss on the VFC. I had some profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. What I probably should have done is just got out where I shorted it, but I thought I'd let it go for just a little bit more. But before it got through 19 is where I got out. All right, let's see if there's any. Well, the problem now is I don't know which ones were really active. Let's take a look at MNK. Let's see if it's has any shot at getting through. It does, it actually does. I mean, this has a shot at if the volume starts coming in, and it starts really moving, the volume comes in. I mean, it's got a shot to the five and a little bit more than five. Okay, this one is running here. This ALPN it showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. I'm not sure when though, because again, I had to do my I had to do a reboot. I'm not sure when the first time it would have appeared. I do see this, so at the 9:16 anyway. But it could have been earlier because again, I had to do that's when I reloaded. And let's see, where could it get to? Yeah, maybe 9:50 or so. Was it 9:15? Thank you. So basically 9:16, okay, 9:15. What's the float? Yeah, another low float, pretty low float, 28 million in the float. You know what? I'll get back on the mic. Receives a buy from SVB Securities. Okay, that was a couple of days ago, I think. I think it was a couple of days ago. Um, Wainwright on the 12th, $11 price target. Okay. With this APLD, I know Real mentioned somebody who mentioned it earlier. What a run! What a week it's had. So let's, I mean, next week, excuse me. I mean, there is still. I mean, the next high is 17 something. So this obviously has to be watched again next week to see. There are lots of shorts available. So in case this week is kind of be over, it will be over for a while for the increase. Maybe there's some profit taking next week. So there are shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Captain K, okay, a price target from 7 to 17. Okay. Sorry, I was on mute. I'm very sorry. Um, so yeah, so when you do so when I click on the help, it's not, I don't think it's telling me exactly what you're looking for. Unless the mic went off by itself, which is very probably not. So what I would do is maybe one of the other traders has come across that question before and maybe they have an answer. Otherwise, it may have to go to whoever created the filter. I don't have the answer to that. Okay. And that's why I put support at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, these flyers that were flying don't appear like they're going to do it today in the last bit. I can also just post that what you said in the traders room and in our internal traders room and see if anybody has a quick answer. Chris Varley may know. Just see if anybody answers it. Okay. Well, you don't have to see. I will see if anybody answers it. Has the actual Chris maybe knows because he gets a lot of questions like, well, not necessarily exactly like that, but yeah. So you guys were talking about this KRYS. We've seen this one in the past. Yeah, remember this day here that it got. I mean, what's the flow? 21 million. Yeah, Steve, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Tuesday. Are you Canadian? You know the we have Victoria Day holiday in Canada. I'll be in the room, of course, but on Monday. No answer yet, Ganny. No, wait a minute. I don't know if Andy is going to answer that or not. Yeah, so that's what I kind of thought myself, Ganny. You you're saying if the candle in between 15 minutes is making a low and then it goes to the upside, what do you mean by the candle in between 15 minutes? Like you're talking about a 5 minute candle in between? I'm not sure I understand that. And that's what they're saying too. I'm confused if the candle in is in between the 15 minutes. So here is the well, I mean, if you're looking for the change in 15 minutes, I mean, it's only going to look at a 15-minute candle. It's not going to mess around with anything in between, as far as I know. You still might want to go to support, okay, and ask the question, okay, because they're stumped. They're a little bit stumped. They're not quite sure they understand the question. Let me ask you the question. How important is it that I've never really thought of it that way, the way you're talking about it. So how important is it? Okay, now we're getting a guy who is sort of more of a developer. Let's see if he has. Okay, here's your answer. Hopefully that makes sense. 15-minute alerts are rolling 15-minute period, not 15-minute candles. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, guys, I'm actually kind of watching this ALPN. Okay, I want to see if it's pulled back. It's pulled back a bit, and I want to see it could be one of those crazy one, a little bit of a crazy one. It's not a high float, a little low float. Now this is, look at the float here, $21,091 for KRYS. I mean, that is crazy, crazy, crazy low. And that's why you get these wild, wild swings. So does that answer your question, Gandy? Because that's basically coming from kind of a developer, okay, who should know what he's talking about. Okay. I don't know how, I don't know what more you would get. Ooh, you're right. You are absolutely right, Cam. So I was a little bit wrong here. I guess, I mean, excuse me, I looked at this at down at 383, the previous candle, pops up to 486. So, I mean, I guess it does still have a shot. I mean, there's $6 is up here. I kind of took my eye off it because it's been so kind of whippy. That's the MNK. Okay, you better than send it to support, okay? Rephrase it, send it to support and see what happens because I'm not sure. I certainly won't be able to help you. And that went to one of the developers who popped in, and that was the answer he gave. But maybe it's not the question. Maybe it has to be rephrased, as you say. Maybe it's not answering it the way you. But it's all about what they're interpreting what you're saying, and that's the answer they're giving. So I guess you're going to have to rephrase it, as you say, and see what happens. But how important is it? I guess that's my question. Maybe also, how important is it? I've never really thought about it the way you're thinking. Doesn't mean it's not important, but I've just never thought about it the way you're thinking. All right, guys, we're getting close to wrapping this up. I just want to one last time talk about the test drive. Okay, send that in. Okay, Yanni, send that in. I mean, the last 15 minutes, so it's not 15-minute candles. It's 15-minute alerts are a rolling 15-minute period. So, I guess I look right now at 255 to 305, or sorry, 310. So it's not necessarily 245 to 3, but ask the question, okay? I really don't have an answer for you. Sorry about that. I'm watching this MNK, so I've got to quickly do this test drive, guys. So sign up for the test drive. You want to try us out for 10 trading days. It starts on the 5th, runs to the 20th, inclusive. Costs you $11.11. It doesn't start till then. Okay. So when you sign up today, if you do, you're pre-registering. So don't expect data until the 5th. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. And you'll have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading at all. Okay. Not your own strategies and certainly not the AI. Okay. We do this, we used to do it 4 times a year, once a quarter. The last one was January, so I'm not sure when the next one is. So try to take advantage of it. It's only $11.11. And last, I'll just put my homepage link in. I'm not going to go over everything that is there, but if you want my scans, they are there. Okay. If you want my scans, when you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down. Okay, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, and here are my scans that I'm sharing. Click here and you'll see them all right here, okay? Just really watching this one. If it takes up this high rate, I mean, that almost got up to $5. And the highs on the week, next high in the week is around, if it can get back up to 5, the next highs are around 6 for MNK. All right, guys. So if there are no more questions, I think I'll shut down now, if you don't mind. Let's say I've got about an hour's worth of cleaning up my cloud links. It's a tedious, arduous task, but I've got to do it. And I hope I don't. This is my fear, is that I'll accidentally delete one of these links. I have duplicates and I don't really know which one it is, so I have to be careful. Not a big deal. I just have to have the gentleman who looks after that re-input them. But anyway, so yeah, have a great week, everybody. Let me get my announcement up. A great week, great weekend. And if you're a Canadian, you're not going to trade on Monday during Victoria's Day. Have a great 3-day weekend. Mine, as a temporary American, I guess your Memorial Day is the following week, right? Memorial Day is the following weekend for you guys. That's when I'll take my break. Hey, YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down first. So we'll see you guys Monday.